Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elise Kremer. I'm a research economist here at Banque de France. We are thrilled to have you here for this workshop toward nature-positive finance. Without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage Fleur van Oostrom-Brummel, Policy Officer from DG RTD at the European Commission, and Rainer Zotke from Biodiversa Plus for their introductory words. Thank you. And you can join me in a round of applause for them.
Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, yes, a warm welcome to everyone. I just want to start with thanking Banque de France also for hosting us today, Biodiversa Plus and its BiodiVRestore Knowledge Hub, the projects Co-op for CBD and RESPIN, as well as the French Biodiversity, the Foundation for Biodiversity Research for organizing the meeting. It's really a pleasure to be here and to have representatives from the central banks, governments, researchers, financial institutions, businesses, and practitioners, all working at the interface of biodiversity, finance, and economy come together. So my name is Fleur van Oostrom-Brummel. I work for the European Commission's Directorate General on Research and Innovation, as well as startups, where I sit in the biodiversity team within the larger unit of climate and planetary boundaries, where we look at climate science, biodiversity, and environmental observations. I also had the pleasure of being a part of the EU delegation in Manchester for the business and biodiversity assessment for IPBES. So building on the work of IPBES, this workshop is particularly timely as it provides a platform to strengthen the dialogues between science, finance, as well as policy, and to identify pathways directing capital towards biodiversity, a point which I will return to later. But first, on the policy context. So in recent years, much of the European policy debate was shaped by the European Green Deal, where sustainability, climate action, and biodiversity protection were central political priorities, which created a strong environment for ambitious policies, regulatory initiatives, including, of course, the EU's sustainable finance package, as well as research agendas that sought to address the root causes of biodiversity degradation. And this narrative also very much aligned with the work of IPBES. However, today we find ourselves in a changing and changed already political context. So under the second mandate of the European Commission's President, von der Leyen, the political focus has shifted towards competitiveness, economic security, resilience, and defense. And these priorities reflect the realities of a rapidly changing world, of geopolitical instability, economic uncertainty, technological competition, and growing concerns about strategic autonomy. And this shift is visible across European policy landscapes. We see efforts to simplify regulations and reduce administrative burdens. The omnibus is, of course, a perfect example of this. We see increasing attention being paid to Europe's ability to compete globally, where we see stronger emphasis on innovation, technology, and industrial competitiveness. And for many, such developments naturally raise important questions, such as where does nature fit in this new political narrative? There is explicit commitment to continue the implementation of the Green Deal, but in reality, does it remain a priority? And how can biodiversity research and innovation continue to influence decision-making in a context that's increasingly focused on growth, competitiveness, and security? It's clear that biodiversity remains essential, but we need to become more strategic in how we frame its importance. So the reality is that nature is not separate from competitiveness. Nature underpins competitiveness as well as resilience, as well as economic security. Our economies depend fundamentally on healthy ecosystems. Businesses depend on nature through natural resources, pollination, water availability, climate regulation, and other ecosystem services. Financial institutions increasingly recognize that environmental degradation creates material risk for investments, assets, and economic stability. And the scientific evidence on these dependencies has grown significantly in recent years, to the point where we can now quantify much of how economic activity depends on nature, We can assess the exposures of financial portfolios to ecosystem degradation, and we can increasingly understand and measure the systemic risk that biodiversity loss creates for economies and societies. And currently, this evidence base is becoming one of our strongest assets. It helps us show how the current political framing of competitiveness, which is primarily concerned with burden reduction, is too narrow and not strategic in the long term, and that nature is an important consideration for economic and financial resilience, and ultimately a competitiveness issue as well. The evolution of priorities is also reflected in research and innovation funding. So we've recently completed the final Horizon Europe work program for 2026-2027, including the amendments thereof, which marks the last phase of funding in this current program. Looking ahead, research and innovation funding will operate within the larger framework of the next multi-annual financial framework. And here, changes in structure are clear. The programs are expected to become simpler, more flexible, and more focused on implementation and impact. Funding will increasingly seek to support deployment, scaling up, and commercialization of solutions. And at the same time, as is evident in the current proposals for all of the architecture of the next MFF, biodiversity is unlikely to have a single dedicated entry point in the future funding architecture, as was the case in the past. Instead, biodiversity will need to be better integrated across broader policy areas, including industry, agriculture, health, bioeconomy, resilience, and the list goes on. This, of course, presents both opportunities and risks. The opportunity is obvious. If this is done successfully, biodiversity will be embedded into the core of all decision-making. And the risk is equally as obvious, where biodiversity could become diluted or treated as a secondary consideration. So this is why evidence research and engagement with the economic and financial actors is more important than ever. Over the last decade, research funding strongly supported the concept of transformative change. The previous assessments of IPBES showed that clearly that biodiversity loss was not simply a result of isolated failures, it was the outcome of systemic patterns in our economies, institutions, and consumption models. And this understanding encouraged researchers to really examine our entire systems, including our governance systems, financial systems, production systems, and societal values. And importantly, it asked us to ask the difficult questions about how those systems might evolve. In terms of research and innovation, there's increasing attention on mobilizing private finance, developing biodiversity-related financial instruments, and creating mechanisms to attract private investment into activities that support biodiversity. These developments are, of course, extremely welcome and necessary, but it's very clear we need more capital flow towards the activities that benefit biodiversity. But we should be careful not to reduce the biodiversity challenge to a funding or financing problem itself. Evidence tells us that it's not merely a lack of capital, and we can see that in the statistics with 30 times the amount being spent on harmful activities rather than activities that benefit biodiversity. So this highlights that biodiversity loss is not primarily the consequence of insufficient funding, it's the consequence of systemic initiatives and structures that continue to reward unsustainable activities. In other words, biodiversity loss remains fundamentally a systems challenge, and this is why transformative change remains relevant even in a political context focused on competitiveness. So even though the language evolves, the political framing may evolve, but the underlying challenges remain the same. I know that my time is up, so I will wrap it up quickly. I just want to finish on the importance of the timing of this conference to really bridge this gap between science, policy, and the financial and economic aspects of research. And I finally want to highlight that we've just signed a contract with the European Commission's Joint Research Centre on enhancing economic and financial resilience to nature-related risks. And I can already communicate that we will have a Nature Finance Conference, which will look at policy, science, and data on the 17th of September in Brussels. So please mark your calendars. And then as a very final word, we are currently working within our team on the long-term strategic research agenda for biodiversity, which will inform and set future research priorities on biodiversity. So I would finally like to encourage all of you to actively contribute any findings, experiences, and recommendations to help shape this future agenda. With that, I very much look forward to all of the dialogues today, and I wish us a great conference. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Okay. So welcome to be here, also from my side. My name is Rainer Sotke. I'm co-chair of Biodiversa Plus, the European Biodiversity Partnership. I'm based in Germany at the city of Bonn at DLR Project Management Agency. And we are really happy that this event is hosted by the Banque de France to be here. And thank you for the European Commission to be here. Thank you to all the panelists of today and the experts being here. And of course to all interested people from the finance sector, from businesses, and from the scientific realm. So I'll drop only a few quick words on biodiversity. So the European Biodiversity Partnership is part of the European Biodiversity Strategy for 2030. As this Biodiversa Plus supports excellent research on biodiversity with an impact, of course, for policy, including the finance sector and the society. And of course, it's a partnership which convenes more than 80 partners from 40 countries, so mainly ministries of research, of environment, and also funding agencies and authorities in the environment sector. On the right side, you see the different work streams we are doing in Biodiversa Plus. Which covers promoting research programs, promoting biodiversity monitoring, but also to connect better to the policy sector, to internationalize our work stream, and finally also to support nature-based solutions and to value biodiversity in the private sector. So what we are doing today is part of that work package on the bottom left. And with this, we really are happy to organize this workshop here. We've heard about the challenges we're facing. You know, biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation are still ongoing. This crisis really is recognized as posing significant risks, of course, to the economic performance also, and the financial stability, and the long-term value creation. But this failure, of course, to account for nature and to integrate its values into the economic and financial systems, they continue to drive the degradation of ecosystems and decline of nature's contribution to people, including ecosystem services. And furthermore, also the financial flows are insufficiently aligned with the biodiversity objectives. So on the one side, we have the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which sends clear signals, of course, to businesses and financial institutions, and with different aspects. But the hypothesis we want to explore with you today in this workshop is that there is already sufficient knowledge. There are conceptual frameworks, scientific methodologies, and tools. But the challenge is not necessarily a lack of knowledge. So rather, the question which is bringing us together is, what do really decision makers need from science in order to incorporate biodiversity into their decision-making processes? So one possible answer, I think, is that we need stronger partnerships, actually, between the scientific community and the financial and economic sectors. And while major scientific assessments, including the IPBES reports, provide substantial knowledge base, much of this knowledge, yes, yet has to be fully translated into these decision-making processes. So assessing the dependencies, impacts, risks, and opportunities, they really require a continuous dialogue between the science and the practice, from the local level to ecological, economic, and social contexts. So science helps us to understand biodiversity, but also to evaluate the effectiveness, robustness, and relevance of the measures we implement. So I hope that today's discussions will contribute exactly to building these collaborations and to create new opportunities and between scientists and decision makers to work together and towards achieving nature-positive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fleur and Rainer, for these introductory words. Now, I would like to welcome on stage Claude Garcia, professor at Bern University of Applied Science, for our opening session on what do economic and financial actors actually need from science to make biodiversity a decision viable. Claude, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I think the room is quite composite, that we have colleagues that I know, scientists, but we have also people from a completely different background. And I think and I hope the dialogue will be interesting. I don't have much time. I would lock the doors and speak to you for hours, because I'm a professor, that's what I do. But I've been told it's not possible. So, I will make a choice, but hopefully I can actually give us a bird's view on some of the topics that we're going to address, but you've heard already, shifting priorities and knowledge is not the limiting factor. That's worth saying, and I think we should start by this. First, because it's beautiful. It's, of course, l'Inafea de Monet, and I think it's some of the most beautiful things humanity has created. So you have a look at it. And now watch this. Soulage. It's also beautiful in its way. The difference between these two is essentially how much information it's contained, how many colors, and how they're distributed. Well, that's what biodiversity is about. Biodiversity is information contained in the system. And it's interesting to remember that when we build, when we shape our planet, we are basically deciding if we want to live here or here. Both can be beautiful, but they are different. And I know which one I prefer. So that's what biodiversity is. It's good to remember that. Okay? And so this is a paper that was published in 2020, and the title of the paper was Bending the Curve of Biodiversity. And so it's very famous. Probably all of you have already seen it. And it says that we are in a trend. The trend is not very good for biodiversity. It's going down. But we have a choice. We can actually try to do things. We can actually recover even the biodiversity that we have lost. And the challenge is that in which world do we want to live tomorrow? We are deciding this, and we have to work with the decisions that were made in the past. Bending this curve is proving to be more challenging than we expected. And again, so very basically, I want you to consider these two dimensions. I will not be specific, I won't say what they are, but there is something called nature, and nature can be improving or degrading. Maybe biodiversity, but it could be something else. And I am interested in another thing, which is society. And again, I don't define that. I don't say it's growth, I don't say it's GDP or poverty, or I don't know, but it's something related to society, and it's positive or negative. This very simple framework gives you 4 places, 4 directions in which we as a society can move. Okay? We're all very familiar with one. That's where essentially we've been living since the last ice age. Okay? We are consuming the natural capital, and we are, we have good clothes, good education, longevity, good. So 1 is familiar to us. Okay? 3, we don't really want. We have historical examples of that. We have, just remember, during COVID, we were all locked in our houses, and then we had dolphins in Venice. Okay, so we do have historical examples of that. But, okay, maybe it's not the place we would rather live in. 2 is a sweet spot. 2 is where we all want to go. I mean, what's wrong? You have the cake and eat it too. No, you have a thriving society and a beautiful ecosystem which is also thriving. Okay? The challenge is that we all want to go to 2, and no one believes 2 is actually possible. It's either one or the other. That's what we think, isn't it? Because we believe the world is a zero-sum game, which it is not. And 4 is a place where nobody wants to go. No one, not even Elon Musk. Okay? Now, look at this. I don't need to give you additional features. So my work is tropical forestry. I've been working on biodiversity. You know the picture. That's why you're sitting here today. But the curves are going down for biodiversity. So if biodiversity is my angle of analysis, I am not living in 2 or 3. I am living in 1 or 4. And we know that, and this is global. We know that. Okay? So we're most likely in 1. I want you to have a look at this report. It was published a couple of years ago by the United Nations Human Development Index. I recommend you have a look at it if you haven't. The version 2021, done a couple of years after COVID, because it's the first time the Human Development Index, which is a very good measure of human well-being globally, actually went down. And it went down across all countries. We've always had Darfurs, we've always had crises, and we always had countries where the Human Development Index was going down. In 2020 and 21, for the first time, 87% of the countries reported a decline in Human Development Index. It was global. So this is a clear indication that at least in 2021, 22, 23, humanity was no longer living in 1, but in 4, the place where nobody wants to go. And this should be challenging to us. This is a question that we need to ask ourselves. How come we end up living where nobody wants to go? Okay, so the good news, before the good news, there are good news. This comes together with a growing level of reported anxiety. We, as a species, we report increasing levels of stress across the board, across the educational capacity, across the social classes. Everyone, the poor, the rich, the educated, the uneducated. And with this increased level of stress comes something which to me is extremely worrying, a growing polarization of society, making it more difficult to talk across divides. On the x-axis, you have the polarization, the political polarization in 2011. On the y-axis, the same value, but 10 years later. Every single country that is on top of the middle axis reports an increased polarization. So what you have seen in your family circles, what you have seen in the media about the way your country is discussing politics and the environment is actually a global phenomenon. And with increased polarity comes increased violence and the temptation of autocratic regimes. So it's all really connected. But I told you, there are good news. The good news is if you look at the later report, okay, we're back on track, we're back on 1. We are again growing up in terms of Human Development Index. But please have a look, because all the area in red, it's actually unnecessary human suffering. And it's worth to understand it as such. Okay, so that's why we are here today. Because we don't want 4. We don't even want 1 anymore. We want 2. How do we go there? So the Human Development Report actually asks this question. These are not my words. Why do we feel stuck? Why are we stuck? And that's what I want to bring to you. This, again, is supported by data. That was at the COP in Baku, Change What's Possible. But if you look at the scientific literature, you find out that we are failing even when we have the best of intentions. The business as usual trend is going to miss our environmental targets. Most recently, some of the most flagship programs are being challenged or even being dismantled. The analysis of the international diplomacy, the international treaties do not work. Come on, how is that possible? International treaties, the keystone of our living together in the planet as nations, doesn't work. They don't work. And we have examples like that. I mean, that's my day-to-day research. Okay? And it's also true of laws that we give ourselves in our countries. Climate and biodiversity, they have the same issue. So that's the challenge. How is it possible that we are not managing? I'm going to present you now the core of the theory that I use to explain this. Because I believe that if we are able to understand that, we are able actually to change the tide. We're actually able to change ourselves and help others change. We're interested in someone who continues doing something that is harmful to society and to nature. We're interested in understanding why that person doesn't change. We have 4 questions to ask. First question, have you heard that there is a problem? Because if you've not heard that there is a problem with biodiversity, why should you stop what you're doing, which is harmful to it? If you are uninformed, you continue. Okay, that's clear. Today, it's very difficult to find people uninformed. But why not? It is a possibility, okay? If you've heard, second question, is this real? Do you believe this is the case? Because if you do not believe, then you're a denier. And if you are a denier, you're actually going to go against the need of change. You will fight because you don't believe it's true. Deep down, it's wrong. So the deniers will actually resist change. Okay? But let's say you've heard, let's say you've accepted, either because it matches your own beliefs or what you've been told, or because it's actually you had the experience. Okay, for example, you drive and oh yeah, I no longer have insects on my windscreen, for example. Okay? Third question, okay, so what? Less mosquitoes, right? If it doesn't matter to you, if it's not your problem, your job is to make sure the KPIs are answered. Your job is to get elected in the next 6 months. If biodiversity is not your problem, you don't care, you are busy doing something else. It might be the Chinese, it might be the rich, it might be the poor, whatever, it's not your problem. If you're occupied, you're not going to give the problem attention, time, money, resources. Therefore, it's unlikely you will ever find solutions, unless you're very lucky. As long as your society is made of these 3 groups, change is completely impossible. Now, fourth question. Let's say you've heard about it, that you accept it to be true, and then you say, yes, it matters. I want to do something about it, for whatever reason. Fourth and last question, can you do something about it? And for all of us who've been actually trying for 30 years to change things, we have the frustrating answer, no, I have not been able to change this. I am concerned and unable, powerless to do that. That's a state of profound frustration, and that's where we have eco-anxiety sitting. As long as your country, as long as your planet is made of these 4 archetypes, change is impossible, and we will not bend the curve of biodiversity. Okay? Good news. Someone can actually say yes to all of this, right? We call these architects of change. Now, that doesn't mean it's, the supreme leader that says that's the way. No, no. An architect is somebody who actually will open these gates for the others. So there are many ways to be architects. You can just bring information. That's what scientists have been trying to do. But you heard it, knowledge is not enough. Knowledge only opens the first gate here. Okay. But you can discuss about beliefs. You can talk about values, and then you can explore the capacities people have to actually make change. Okay? So 4 gates to open, to have meaningful change, and to actually turn the tide for biodiversity. Wherever you are, whoever you are, the 4 gates apply: information, beliefs, values, and means. And it's very important to be able to identify that, because you will never convince somebody to change beliefs by giving them new information. And you shouldn't be lecturing about values somebody who is stuck and powerless, at the risk of making an enemy of somebody who is your ally. Okay? So understanding this, realizing where we sit there, because we are all there, understanding where others are sitting there, helps us design better strategies. Okay? And I want you to consider this, because I'm talking about opening gates, I'm talking about curiosity, I'm talking about critical thinking, I'm talking about empathy, I'm talking about creativity, which are the ways to open the gates. We have to be also very clear that people have an interest to close the gates for others. Some people are destroying the databases as we speak. Some people are telling us what to believe. Some people are telling us what matters. And some people are taking means from us. This, there is no better way of representing it than Basque. But I want you to hear that. Autocratic regimes, which we all suspect are more efficient, are not. Because autocratic regimes block the gates that we need open for society to respond to the current crisis. Amartya Sen demonstrated that, and that will be my conclusion. There is no famine in a working democracy. So we need democracy, thriving democracies, in order to be able to answer and find solutions to the current environmental crisis. So the answer is foresight and collective action, which I think is what, and collective intelligence, which I hope is what we will build here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claude, for this opening session. Now we will move to our keynote session, and I would like to welcome on stage Matt Jones, co-chair of the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment, Diana Mangalaju, lead author of the IPBES Next Assessment, and Sebastian Villasante, lead author on the IPBES Transformative Change Assessment. Thank you very much, and please join me in a round of applause for them.
It's a real pleasure to be here. So my name is Matt Jones. I'm one of 3 co-chairs of the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment, and we're going to give you a quick tour of 3 assessments. We'll talk about the business and biodiversity, the nexus, and the transformative change assessment over the next few minutes. As I say, I'm one of 3 co-chairs, and I think many people are familiar with IPBES, but what is crucial for me is that they are produced not just by a group of experts, 80 experts from 35 countries in my case, but they are agreed by government. And by being agreed by government, 150 governments sat down in Manchester in the UK this year and agreed the narrative that I will talk you through for the business and biodiversity assessment. And I think that's important because I want to bear in mind what we've actually just heard from Claude, that actually working towards that agreement, that collective agreement around what is important and around this narrative is one of the crucial steps that I think that we need to take. And I'll talk through the narrative of that assessment, and it can start a little bleak when I do this, but I promise it gets better towards the end. So if you'll bear with me, and our assessment starts with something very simple that I think anybody who has bothered to come here to Banque de France today already knows. That every single business, everywhere on the planet, both impacts and depends on biodiversity. And those impacts and dependencies, their relationship with nature for every single business creates risks and opportunities for that business. But the challenge with this is that the systems businesses are operating within, the systems that drive their behaviors, those systems are stacked against nature. So if a business is dependent on nature and the system they operate in are stacked against nature, it creates far more risk than there is opportunity. These lines that are demonstrated on the screen are not equal by any stretch of the imagination. And that is bad, because that means if the systems are bad for nature and business depends on nature, then every single business is exposed to what we would consider to be a material risk. And it has to be financially material. And if you want an example of this, we've actually already heard it from Fleur, 30-1. The ratio of public and private financial flows into economic activities, business activities that are bad for nature, 7.3 trillion. 2/3 private, 1/3 public, into activities bad for nature compared to 220 billion into activities that are actively good for nature. This 30-to-1 ratio is a fundamental challenge that is faced, and a fundamental illustration of the risk that businesses themselves face on a daily basis. So we can say that nature is a financial risk for business already, but it becomes unhelpful to say it at that scale. We need to get down to the level of detail. We need to understand the specifics, because the other thing that our assessment says that I think is important to remember, 150 governments is who said it, is that all businesses have a responsibility to act. All businesses have a responsibility to act on their impacts and dependence on nature. They should do something, and we can show what they need to do. We show 25 actions in our assessment. There are many more identified in other assessments from IPBES, actions that business can take, response options that are available. And to get to what action businesses should take, we need to understand the detail. We need to get into the specifics. And the good news is we can get to that already. That is another fundamental finding of our assessment, that we already have enough. We have enough evidence, we have enough information, we have enough approaches, enough data, enough measures, enough metrics. There is enough there already for business to inform themselves, that earliest step, and to take action. And that's not a surprise, because we've seen a huge amount of innovation, a huge amount of activity in recent years of people trying to help businesses to understand their relationship with nature. So much activity, it's led to what is often described as an acronym sludge of initiatives. That's my favorite way of describing it. Not a soup, because it doesn't taste good. An acronym sludge. And that shows that businesses need to act, but some of them are confused. Some of them don't know what to do. But the good news is that is where we can provide guidance. And the assessment goes on to help that. And we shouldn't be scared of the array of initiatives and methods and approaches and metrics and data that are out there, because this is not some Wild West. This is what we need. We need a diverse ecosystem of approaches for businesses to understand their relationship with nature. Because notwithstanding what is on the screen, it is not this simple. It is context specific. Business need to understand their specific context of their decisions. And they can do that. So we need this diversity of approaches. And they can do it by thinking about the coverage of an approach when they're selecting what they need to use. Does it cover what they're trying to look at? Does it have the right geographic scale, the right temporal scale? Does it cover the right ecosystem services, the right components of biodiversity? They can use coverage first to select things. Then they can also look at accuracy. They can see how accurate is it. And we don't need everything to be perfect. We do not need precision for businesses to take every decision. Sometimes we just need things to be what we call directionally correct. You select from two options. It doesn't matter if the answer you get is completely precise, as long as the difference is clear and the difference is correct. That can help to select an option. We do not need precision everywhere for everything. And then the last is how responsive something is. For some decisions, we need the approach to understand and be responsive to the change in the world, to the change in biodiversity that might happen. For others, we don't. And so by thinking about coverage, accuracy, and responsiveness, businesses can select what it is they need to do. There's no single metric, no single approach. And we know that businesses can already act if they use existing information. This is another key message of our assessment. The existing information that is there, they are not using enough, and they can already do better. That is not to say everything is perfect. We can fill some knowledge gaps. We can make sure that we have better business-relevant data so that better decisions can be taken. But crucially, and to pick up on some themes, we need the final thing that Claude said. We need that collective and collaborative action. And we can create, with collective and collaborative action, the enabling environment wherein businesses are able to actually contribute to the just and sustainable future we want. We can make what is profitable for business good for nature and society. But if we're talking about systemic risk, that means we come back to a fundamental reconfiguration of those systems. We need to change them. So it's not just making some things profitable, increasing the 220 billion. It's actually about repurposing the 7.3 trillion. Some things have to stop being profitable. But the good news is if every single business everywhere in the world has a relationship with nature, they can all do something. And that big system change sounds like a lot. But it means that if everyone has a relationship with nature, then every individual, no matter what their job title, their job in some way influences nature. So we can say every job is a nature job and everybody can act. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for organizing this. Well, I'm going to start by, echoing a bit what Claude was saying. As someone born in communist Romania, I cannot agree more than, dictatorship don't look good. So, if we can stay away of that, that's nice. So I'm here to talk a bit about and to reflect a bit on the Nexus assessment, which was adopted at the plenary in Namibia, in Windhoek, which was quite a lengthy negotiation, and actually some of the kind of autocratic regimes had something to say in that negotiation process, actually. So that's also something I think it's important to reflect on. If you are in this room, it means that you already know a lot of the things and probably are convinced about a lot of the things. We have lots of bad news. We have some good news, and I think it's really important to go into the good news. We are going to have a number of workshops this afternoon on really interesting topics in which we are going to all together work a lot on solutions. So, and businesses, at least in my view, are really key. I mean, I have been working with businesses for over 2 decades, and I think some of the most interesting and sometimes transformative changes actually come from businesses. So, what Nexus says? The key message is basically, and that's probably, again, not a big news anymore, but crises are interconnected, compound, cascading. Our responses at all levels, or most of the levels, are still siloed and disconnected. So basically, and that's, of course, what does mean for finance, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But basically, that's the very blunt and clear and message from. And when we are talking about Nexus, we are talking about climate, food, biodiversity, water, health, and on. We were discussing if putting also energy in, but that's all over. So that's basically it, when we are talking about. And so basically the kind of measure we are taking today, many of them, they are counterproductive. There are many reasons. But if we are in the siloed space, what do we do? And what does it mean, what does matter for businesses and for finance? And I would say any financial decision has some impact on biodiversity. I'm echoing what was also said earlier by Matt and by Claude. But basically, sometimes you see it. Most of the time, it's recognized or not recognized, but it's there. So the question is, and it's not only about systems of water, food, health, and so, but whatever. It could be investments and others. So basically, when we are talking about these financial flows, and I'm going to go back to what Matt was saying earlier, basically we have this 30-to-1 kind of ratio, which is a bit scary. But I would say this is only the symptom of an even bigger problem, basically, because and this is destabilizing not only the biodiversity, but I think really what is really important is destabilizing the finance system. And we are going to see that, and we keep seeing this, and I think there are going to be more things there. So basically, that's what we, look at in this nexus. But what we do a lot, oh, this doesn't work anymore. Can someone change this machine? Oops, that wasn't okay. Yeah, okay. So let me go to a bit of the positive. We identify lots of responses, but I think what was interesting in the Nexus assessment, we looked at things which already exist, because we are a bit fed up to say, well, things can happen. That's things which are there, which are happening, of course, not at the scale we would like to, but they are there. And, you know, there are lots of different ones, and I obviously not gonna go here in a couple of minutes, but all of them, you know, they are there. So many of them concern finance, of course, but you have there lots of these solutions. They produce co-benefits. Sometimes they come from very silo, you know, the very thing I was criticizing at the beginning. However, we have spotted the ones which have co-benefits. Of course, we are not naive. We are not saying, oh, you can maximize on everything, because of course you can't. But the question is how you can kind of look at the benefits and what is the conversation. And, you know, it's the societal conversation, the business conversation, the policy conversation you should have, saying what are the benefits we want, what are the trade-offs we need to do, and who is the we? Because the question of agencies and who is, are the ones who are always vulnerable, getting even more vulnerable via these solutions. So basically, I would say from a kind of finance perspective, you can look at that stuff in terms of a kind of portfolio analysis, you know, and where we look at system-as-system benefits. We know there are deep misalignment flows in terms of finance and between the real-world systems, but you can realign these portfolios. So I would say what's problematic today is that, you know, when you look at the finance, and I would say finance, and we have frameworks which we looked into, we look at the flows, financial flows. We look also at the gaps, and that's again, you know, we were talking about the missing gap in addressing biodiversity. The incentives, which are mostly wrongly set today. And what does it mean, all of that, in terms of governance? So, you know, if we are looking in terms of financial flows, obviously, most of the financial flows are negative ones. I mean, but orders of magnitude, comparatively. I mean, when we talk about the world economy, GDP at 105 trillion, that was a couple of years back when, you know, the figures when we released 2 years ago. Good. So basically, we have, you know, all of that. Interestingly enough, you have lots of mispricing and negative flows in the private sector. However, you have some quite significant one also in public sector. And the question is, what do you do with the policies which are behind all of that? Incentivizing and what we are talking about subsidies, we are talking about many other things. But of course, what we want to do is to look at the positive. But again, you know, if you look at the breakout, I mean, we are talking about peanuts. So it's nice to look at all of the things you can do and the ones which are addressing one of the things or the nexus. But in the end, basically, the question is, why all of that stays still as a niche? We know, we have the science, you know, and personally, actually I'm much more active today in working a lot with central banks, with businesses and so on, where I'm trying to be as much hands-on, you know, trying to kind of go into scaling the solutions which are there. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure. Thank you again for the kind invitation. I will try to be brief. I'm bringing the main findings from the transformative change assessment, apart from what Matt and also Diana shared with us from the others assessments. I think I put the right. Oh, too fast. Okay. So. Some of the key aspects that I wanted to share with you is basically three messages. The first one is that almost 50% of the global economy in 2023 are moderately or highly dependent on nature. And what we are seeing and what we are showing in the transformative change assessment is that the externalities that they are most, the sectors that they are more responsible to generate biodiversity loss and nature decline are generated annually around $10 trillion through the different sectors, and especially through the most vulnerable regions or economies around the world. And there is a financial gap around 600 to 830 billion dollars around the world every year, approximately. But this is one of the key important issues. But the most important issue that the transformative change or message that transformative change shows is that if we are able to shift the way that any project by any actors in any part of the world to change and to develop any project at the administration, the private sectors, or the research and so on, explicitly tackling one or the three underlying causes for biodiversity loss, which are explicitly beyond all of the causes of biodiversity loss and nature decline, which are disconnection from and domination over nature, and people concentration of power and economic wealth, and also prioritization of short-term individual and material gains. If we are able to shift our views and our practice that we develop our project every day in our spheres of influence in order to explicitly tackle any of these underlying causes for biodiversity loss, the transformative change assessment show in just 5 years, in 2030, we will be able to shift and to change these $3 trillion of externality through the global economy into a more positive $10 trillion to the global economy, but also generating around 400 million new jobs by 2030. That is the first message that I wanted to share with you. The second one is that we every day we are overwhelmed by the news, right? Climate change, pollution, polarizations. We are like surprised by all of the news and how we as humans, as in our spheres of influence, right, as individuals, research, in our families, in our work, how we can really move forward to generate transformative change and to tackle the underlying causes for biodiversity loss. Well, both small-scale or large initiatives are necessary if they explicitly address the underlying cause of biodiversity loss, and if they are able to change the practice, the views, and the structures in order to addressing also environmental sustainability, so to change or to reverse the current biodiversity loss that we are seeing in the planet globally, but also social equity, to put both at the same level of importance, right? And here I just brought just one example, that in the global economy since 2023, we are experiencing, we are observing a huge acceleration of a really positive tipping point of transformative change around the world, especially through the electric vehicles in the market, right? That has been improving in the battery technology, generating a cascading effect through the different sectors, from buses, cars, and then into also electricity storage in the power sector, generating good examples and good positive outcomes through the global economy. And this is very important because it's also driven by some key global players, like China, for example. China is right now the dominant player in manufacturing these electric vehicles around the world. And Norway is almost nearly to achieve the full electric vehicles in their economy. So, and this is rapidly expanding. This is a positive example according to the evidence in terms of positive tipping points. And the third message that I wanted to share with you is that the transformative change assessment identified, after reviewing more than 5 million of documents, peer-review papers, scientific literature, indigenous people literature or material, and local communities. So all of the existing evidence that we were able to review in 4 years of work and negotiated also with the government in Namibia, as Diana said also, we identified 5 strategies that they are complementary and synergetic between them, that if we are able to implement in our small-scale project or large project, regardless, the importance is not the scale. The importance is not the amount of money. The importance is the deep and how profound we are able to shift the underlying causes for biodiversity loss and the direction of the project. And if you see in bold green, we identify 5 key strategies. The first one is conserve and generate places of value to nature and people. The second one is directly related to economic and finance, is to shift and to change the sectors more responsible for nature decline. Right now, agriculture, mining, the construction of infrastructures around the world, basically, transform economic system for nature and for equity, and transform the government systems to be more inclusive, accountable, and adapted, and finally, shift our way on how we relate to nature. In order to, we need to really shift the way that we relate to nature, instead of having this dominance or prevalence, let's say, perspective that we usually just extract natural resources for our economy. Well, try to generate a more, let's say, equal relationship with that. And if you see, from these more than 4 or 5 million of documents that we review for the assessment, almost 45% of them, of the evidence that we review, are explicitly related to the changing of the more responsible sectors and the finance and economic system. This means that the private sector, the banks, the investors there is a huge opportunity to work together to really push the planet into a more safe and just boundaries around the world, but also to achieve equity for everyone in the planet. What we are seeing right now is that we are developing several projects, not only here in Europe, small one, but also large one, in different sectors of the economy. I am a specialist in the oceans, but so I am biased. But our work is not only on oceans, but working closely with other partners and institutions around the world. We are starting to see a positive news by shifting the conversation in how we develop the project. Instead of just talking by I, we are talking about we. We are together to develop projects and to shift the way that instead of saying that the other has no reason and I am right, just shifting the conversation and putting in the table since the beginning of the work, like this workshop, for example, to talk about what are our universal values that we all share, like dignity, equity, or compassion for everyone. Thank you.
Now we will open the floor to some questions for our 3 fantastic keynotes. Please note that in your chairs in the auditorium you have microphones that you can use, but please raise your hands before intervening. Yes, over there.
Yeah, do you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to succeed to summarize these 3 big reports in a few minutes. That was a challenge. So my question will be, in all the 3 reports, the 3 assessments, they provide option and framework and pointed out some relevant stakeholders to act, urge them to act. But I think as very often stakeholders are willing to act, as you said, there is few acts taken. And I wonder if you think there is a mechanism missing here, for example, an insurance mechanism to share equitably the burden of the transformation within the different parts of the society, because I think nobody wants to take all the risks for themselves and all the cost of the transformation.
Well, thank you, Hélène, for this question. Well, definitely. And you can see now, for example, insurance schemes getting, I would say, more and more in even development projects. And we experienced even in my own works, even 20 years ago, how basically you can change, well, not massively. Again, I'm going to go at a smaller scale, but for example, the way you use pesticides or micronutrients, etc., in rice fields, and the way that if you guarantee a minimum revenue for the farmers, which is based on whatever kind of calculation over the last crops and so on, in that way, and then you have that spreading, you start with a number of, pilots, whatever, that can, so basically, this is exactly, one of the schemes is, insurance, and one thing we have been doing, for example, we started in Indonesia with a couple of very, very small household and then village, and now some of these initiatives, because the government at some point is stepping in and they try to create a kind of PPP mechanism of backing, exactly, and sharing the risk and the burden, there are things which are getting to the 100,000 hectares of land to be going from erosion to whatever would be regeneration and so on. So that's definitely something of that. But many of the bits, I would say, are also in the kind of governance arrangements, which we are still not getting there. Everybody talks about participatory governance, nexus governance, transformative governance, and so on. However, when you look in terms of arrangements, lots of them, they are still stuck, in where we are.
Any other questions in the room? Yes.
Hi, this is Robert-Alexandre Poujade from BNP Paribas. Thank you very much for organizing this session. I'm very biased because I'm here on the business side with colleagues. But indeed, I think it's very important to really connect science and businesses, of course, that's obvious. But really practically speaking, which means sometimes there is a bit of a siloed mentality on the scientific side and on academic side still. Sorry to be a bit, pushy here. So I think, the businesses really want to be, to be engaged in the nature transition journey. So yeah, I think if we can all have this type of mentality that, what will the business think about this? Is this new report needed? Yeah, to really go into the to translate the science, I think it's really useful for us because we can do so much without you. I mean, we try to do whatever we can with science, but there are limits. So yeah, just a call for action for us today to build those bridges faster. Thank you.
Maybe a reaction from our keynotes to this intervention?
Yeah. Yeah, if I can, I agree completely. And actually, so every IPBES assessment identifies knowledge gaps, so things we don't know enough about. Our assessment, I think, is the first that identified gaps in the application of knowledge, because we wrote almost exactly what you just said, that often information is written, it is written within a scientific or an academic community, it could be relevant to business, it is relevant to business, and what we need to do is build the bridges for the uptake of that information into the private sector. Because the first gap is not that we don't know enough, the first gap is that we should fix, is that we take what we already do know and we apply it in a different context, and that is where some of the biggest wins can actually be found.
If I just comment, and sometimes the information maybe is known by the corporates or the businesses, and maybe you don't know that. So it's also, maybe for you to try to step into our shoes, and for us to continue to look at your shoes. Yeah, you understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that point. But I fully agree with that. We scientists, we need to work more close and to knock the doors. My modest experience in working with the fishery sector in Europe, for example, and elsewhere, is that we try to break that silo from the scientist perspective, and we started to discuss and to work with the business sector, especially with the private sector in Europe, for example, and let's say 15 years ago, the state of the fisheries resources in general in Europe were in a bad situation, right? And working together, probably Europe is, the common fisheries policy is one of the example in a good way that this infrastructure in terms of data with the Joint Research Center, the European Commission, and the different working groups with the private sector is a good example on how we are able to work together. But you are fully right, yeah. Thank you.
Well, just very briefly, two things here. First, I think we do too much science to policy, science to business, and not the other way around. So definitely, and I always engage in conversation where the person who sits across the table is, not trying to convince. But, just a few examples, some of the most interesting example I had, I work with Ørsted. I know we have a Dane here in the room. it was Dong, Danish oil and natural gas national company, accompanied them and they transitioned in 10 years from 100% fossil fuel, 100% renewable. It was one of the most incredible rides for me, in terms of, impact, and which meant then, from there we went to Maersk, which is, the second biggest shipper in the world, and so on. And then, of course, the finance come on board and the insurance come on board, because all of that needs a lot of things, because the transition comes with a lot of other risks. So basically, my short answer is start the conversation where you people sit.
Can I just a second? Sorry, just to go back to your and thank you, but to go back to your point, Sebastian, on seafood. So as an investor, I've tried to push transparency on the seafood side. Right now, thanks to a think tank, Planet Tracker, they've done a database which links companies' seafood procurements. So the species that are in their in their sourcing, let's say, and so I know in which companies I invest. So I know to which species I can be exposed indirectly via these investments. And now Planet Tracker, these academics, have looked at the IUCN Red List status of the species. So now I start to know what is my exposure to Red List species in the marine realm. But it's the first time we have that information ever, and we're in 2026. So it's just to say that this is what I need, but I don't have that. So I need the companies to report, which they start to do, okay? But that's for the corporates to do, not for you. You can push, but that's for them. But for the rest, I need methodologies and big brains and scientists to say, in the EU, this is the type of fish stocks that we have. The red list is maybe outdated, 2018, 2019, so we need to have more recent reviews. And so on, so that we are really informed about what's going on the ground, and the fishes that are being, the species, that are being sourced. Do they have a good trend or not good trend, and are we exposed to this? So that's very simple. So that's the type of, I think, work that really is transformative, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much to the audience for these questions and discussions. Please join me in a new round of applause for our 3 keynotes, and we'll move to the other session. Thanks a lot. So now for our first panel session today on central banks and international institution perspectives on nature-related risks for the private sector, I would like to welcome on stage our moderator, Eve Hanoun from Banque de France, and our panelists, Sophia Arlt from Deutsche Bundesbank, Ludivine Béret from Banque de France, and Laila Davis from OECD. Please join me in a round of applause for them.
Working. Thank you, Elise, for this introduction, and thank you to the precedent speakers for setting the context and for giving us very valuable insights on the IPBES assessments. So the discussion we will have, and that I have the pleasure to facilitate, will focus specifically on the role of central banks and international institutions in assessing, in understanding nature-related risk, and in creating the good conditions for businesses to act and to reallocate capital. So for that, I have the pleasure to have with us Ludivine Béret. Ludivine, you are deputy head of the Center for Climate and Nature at Banque de France that coordinates all the work on nature-related risk at Banque de France, and you are also part of the NGFS Secretariat hosted by Banque de France. So you are here as a double agent. Thank you very much for being here. Sophia Alt, thank you also for being here. So you are a researcher at the Dutch Bundesbank. Your work sits at the intersection between banking and green finance, and you will guide us through your work. For example, your biodiversity stress test on the financial system. So thank you very much. And Laila Davis, thank you also for being here. You are a policy analyst at the OECD Environment Directorate, and you lead work of the OECD on water. You will also present here your work at the OECD on water, the reports you have made. So thank you to all three for being here. We have 60 minutes. We will try to take time for questions. So let's start. I would like to start with you, Sophia, to have the internal perspective from the Bundesbank, from a central bank, with a very naive question, but why do central banks care about nature-related risk? How does that enter into the mandate?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. So I will start with very broadly. So in general, like the mandate of a central bank is to ensure price stability, which means we shouldn't have more than 2% or also not less than 2% inflation over the midterm, and we want to ensure financial stability in general. So we want to ensure that the financial sector, and especially the banking sector, is resilient. And so this means, as you might imagine, that these topics, so inflation and also financial stability, are influenced by a lot of different developments in the economy. So we also have to look into a lot of areas of the economy. So this also means that, for example, the ECB conducted a stress test on cyber risk, for example, or the Bundesbank also looks into inequality in one of their questionnaires when they ask people or households or companies. And so these are like very broad topics. And you can also imagine, and I mean, we have already heard this today, that nature and climate also influence the economy and can have an influence on inflation and also financial stability. So for example, I mean, you might remember that we, during the last years, we had a very dry period in Europe, which, for example, led to, in Germany, to the river level of the Rhine to be so low that it was not possible to do shipping, or like at least not as much shipping as we need for transportation of fuel, for example, which led to which led to a decrease in industrial production. So this can have actually inflationary effects. So this is why we need to study this kind of effects, and not only this kind of physical risk, but also things like transition risk. You all know that that we have the EU ETS, which puts increases prices for CO2, which also might lead to some businesses to become unprofitable, and we need to check like what does this do to the firms, and what does this then do to the banks that finance these firms. And so for biodiversity, we don't have like this price currently, but we also have like regulations like REACH, for example, the chemicals regulation. And we need to have, as a central bank, we just need to study this. That's what also, for example, the Bundesbank does. So we have like a recent assessment of nature dependence of the banking portfolio, where we see that in Germany, at least half of the banking portfolio is dependent on nature-related services. So yeah, this is basically part of our business, so to speak, I would say. Yeah.
Very clear. Thank you. And so yes, you showed us that nature loss travels through the economy and into bank balance sheets. The NGFS, Ludivine, was one of the very first actor and networks to get interested into that. Can you walk us through the evolution of the NGFS from working on climate to also integrated nature-related risk?
Sure. So the NGFS, for those who don't know it, is a network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system. So it's called the Network for Greening the Financial System. It was established in 2017 during the One Planet Summit with 8 founding members. And today it gathers 152 members and 24 observers, so covering 95 countries. So you can see that the network has really grown, and we started very small, and now we are gathering actually a large part of central banks and supervisors across the globe. As said in the name of the network, it's really a coalition of the willing. We are not talking about a standard-setting body here. It's really central banks that gather to share experience, to share best practices and recommendations, but that are non-binding. And so Banque de France was one of the founding members. And Banque de France is very actively contributing to the work of the NGFS that is about nature, but also about climate on a lot of different areas. And Banque de France and the Center on Climate and Nature, where I'm working today, is hosting, as you said, the Secretariat of the NGFS. So which means that we are really organizing the work of the NGFS and trying to, to foster collaboration and to actively engage the network in its work. The network is producing a lot of knowledge through publications. These publications can be technical reports, it can be conceptual frameworks, it can be occasional papers when the network collaborates, for instance, with academics. And everything is available on the NGFS websites. So you can actually have access to all this knowledge, including climate scenarios. And of course, the network is also working toward developing nature scenarios. Now, as far as nature is concerned, so actually nature was part of the inception of the network in its first call for action in 2019, so the very first report of the NGFS. The NGFS really stressed the importance to look at climate as climate risks, because as central banks we care about risks to price stability and financial stability. But more broadly, the NGFS already mentioned that climate risks are within the broader environmental risks. And this is why, as soon as 2021, the network has set up a group, the NGFS Inspire Study Group on Biodiversity and Financial Stability, to try to investigate how nature degradation and nature-related risks can affect the mandates and the missions of central banks and supervisors. Then in 2022, the NGFS issued a declaration to stress that nature-related risks can have material impacts for the economy, and so to emphasize that this is a risk that central banks and supervisors should care about. And then we have a set of publications that you might have seen. So in 2023, there was one on recommendations for developing nature-related scenarios, a bit like we are doing on climate scenarios. Then in 2024, we published the final version of a conceptual framework to analyze the economic and financial impacts of nature-related risks for the economy and the financial sector. And more recently, in April this year, there was a package of documents on nature-related risks, spanning nature data, spanning also the development, again, of nature scenarios, and how nature-related risks can be integrated into supervision. So in all this work, I think what is important about the NGFS was to try to find common definitions and to make sure that as central banks and supervisors, we start from common frameworks. So for instance, the NGFS is referring to IPBES definitions of nature. So we are considering nature as encompassing a lot of risks, including climate risks. So nature is defined as the combination of living and non-living elements that combine into ecosystem.
those ecosystems can provide then services to the economy. So those services can be the provision of air of good quality, water quality, etc. The regulation also of climate, of water cycles. It can be also supporting services like soil formation, or it can be also cultural services, because a lot of the economy also depends on tourism, and tourism can also be very dependent on nature. So this was for common definitions. Then the NGFS, of course, because we are talking primarily to central banks and supervisors, set up a framework of how these institutions can go about analyzing the risks that stem from it. So from assessing dependence of the economy and the financial sector on nature, to assessing also the impacts of the financial sector. The impacts. Thank you. So assessing also the impacts of the financial system on nature, and then to trying to see how these impacts can affect the financial system due to, of course, potential solvency problems of companies facing high nature-related risks. And another thing that the NGFS is highlighting in its publication is the necessity to consider, also from an economic perspective, the combination between climate and nature-related risks. Because we have a set of models, frameworks, analysis that focused on climate. Now we are switching to nature, but it's important to consider both in combination because there are lots of interactions between the two. So climate change can amplify nature-related risks. Nature-related risks, on the contrary, can also amplify climate risks. And if you look at policies, some nature restoration policies can have positive impacts on climate change and on climate-related risks. So it's important to try to see those interconnections if we want to assess risks in a comprehensive manner. And another aspect that the NGFS is also putting forward is the notion of compound risks, because we tend to focus on climate, and if we take the example of physical risks, it's important for from an economic perspective to look at how these shocks can accumulate. So if you look at, for instance, drought periods that can be followed by flood periods, and this can also disturb ecosystem and their capacity to provide ecosystem services. So for central banks and supervisors, although this is a rather new area of work, it's important to try to take into account this complexity. So this is what the NGFS is saying, of course, in very broad terms, but I encourage you to check the reports to have more detail. So that's it for the NGFS. Thank you. No, still not.
Better, I think. Yes. Thank you, Ludivine. And so you have mentioned the climate-nature nexus. You have mentioned compound risk. I think water is a very clear entry point of this climate-nature nexus. And so, Laila, I turn to you. Can you maybe guide us through the OECD work on water, and why has the OECD chosen to focus on that risk, to make it a priority?
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I just wanted to clarify that I lead our work on water-related risks to financial systems, but I'm also representing a large body of work at the OECD on water, which goes beyond my specific work stream. So why are we looking at this topic? Well, as you may know about the OECD, our core mandate is about better policies for better lives, with a focus on evidence-based policymaking and sharing best practices across countries. That's really the core of our work. So we try to do this with a whole-of-government approach, so speaking to ministries of environment, who are our counterparts in the Environment Directorate, but also ministries of finance, those in charge of trade, agriculture, industry, you name it, and of course regulators. And other authorities. And water risk is a really good example of why that matters, because it doesn't really fall under the remit of just one ministry. Of course, you might have a water authority, but water is going to be cross-cutting across economic sectors. And some of these issues really might be relevant to a financial supervisor and also a water regulator. And these are typically institutions which are not communicating on a day-to-day basis. So this is this is why the OECD is working in this space, also for the convening of different actors. And so globally, we are seeing increasing water-related risks, though of course these may vary by region and by regional distribution and also by the impacts. But we define water risks in the Environment Directorate as too little, too much, and polluted waters, as well as degradation of freshwater ecosystems. And we can see that these are global issues. By 2050, nearly 1/5 of the global population is expected to be exposed to flooding and more than half to water stress. In a global study of 258 rivers, over a quarter were found to contain pharmaceutical pollutants well above safe levels. And monitored freshwater populations have declined by about 83% since 1970, the steepest decline of any ecosystem type. And indeed, these are not just developing economy issues, these are also developed economy issues. Water stress has been characterized as the largest medium-term climate risk that many of European economies will be facing. So Greece, Italy, Spain, and Belgium really stand out as some of the most exposed. But at the same time, we're seeing the increasing impacts of climate change through flooding. And we have some really some key examples recently, of course, in Valencia, but also in the German floods in 2021, which each generated billions in insured losses and well more in uninsured losses. So what does this mean in practice? And I think you've already touched on this, both of you as well. But when water becomes scarce, polluted, or unpredictable, these consequences reach beyond the environment. They reach into agriculture, energy, trade, fiscal balances, and financial systems. And we have some recent studies which really highlight the scale of the potential risk. There's a great NGFS Oxford study, the Green Scorpion report, which estimates that water-related risks could place 7 to 9% of global GDP at risk, and it was a dominant risk driver amongst the 5 ecosystem services that were assessed. And of course, this is a lower bound estimate rather than the potential full macroeconomic loss figure. So this is why we think water is a really key part of this discussion. There are also ECB studies which show this. A recent assessment showing that water-related ecosystem services can be highly material for the Euro economy. A 1 in 100-year drought event could put 24% of Euro area output at risk through surface water scarcity, with around 19% of bank loans to non-financial corporates exposed. So this shows that it's no longer a peripheral environmental issue, but it has the potential to be a macro-financial one. And so I think we've mentioned also some of the transmission channels, but indeed in the financial system, this can show up as credit losses, liquidity stress, underwriting losses, market volatility, and because institutions are interconnected, a shock in one area can cascade through the wider system and undermine financial stability. And that's really what we're focusing on in our work. So what are we doing at the OECD? Well, again, our focus is on evidence-based policymaking and supporting countries in learning from each other. We published a report last year on embedding water-related risks in financial stability frameworks. And this is really an effort to provide an introduction to water-related risks to interested central banks, but also take stock of the emerging good practices and methodologies which are being developed, including notably by the NGFS. And also to identify levers that central banks and other policymakers can use to address these risks, recognizing that there are actions that should be taken in the financial system, and there are also many actions in the real economy as well. And there's an important point about coherence and communication about those two areas. We've also developed methodologies to carry out this analysis. Some of my colleagues have worked with the Hungarian Central Bank on developing a supervisory framework for nature-related risks, which had a big focus on water in the findings. And also we're continuing this work, working with the Central Bank of Georgia on developing some water scenarios. And as I mentioned, a key part of our work is really on convening, so trying to bring together the right people to continue to advance this work. And we recently held a meeting in the Central Bank of Spain, along with NGFS, and CDP, really trying to bring together lots of different stakeholders, so ministries of environment, finance, water sector actors, NGOs, commercial banks, investors, and many more, and insurers, of course, to discuss the challenges and to discuss what they're doing in their specific areas and how we can learn from each other to continue advancing approaches. So I'll pause there and I'll maybe come back to that and later on.
Yes, thank you, Ludivine. Maybe
yes, since you were talking about water, I thought I could also give an example of some work that Banque de France has been doing, because we touched upon the NGFS, but Banque de France is also, of course, working a lot on nature-related risks. And this, so I cannot go into details, but it's really within the corporate strategy of Banque de France. So climate and nature-related risks are integrated into our operational activities, like CSR, like responsible investment, but also in our institutional missions, like everything that is connected to the mandate of price and financial stability. So in that vein, I can maybe quote some examples of work that is being done at Banque de France. So on water-related risks, as you know, an ecosystem that is at the juncture between climate and nature, Banque de France has also started looking at this and at the economic and financial impacts. So this is not yet published, but should be out later this year. But first of all, we looked at the dependency of GDP, the French GDP, on water ecosystems, and we found that 7% of GDP comes from sectors that are highly or very highly dependent on water ecosystem services. So this can look small, but it's because we are talking about direct dependencies, so we're not taking into account value chain links. And we are talking about a very strong dependency, but if you look at dependency in general, the number could also be higher. And if we look at impacts, so sectors that are impacting nature, we find that 21% of the French GDP is associated with sectors that have high toxic discharges into water or soil. And then we are also conducting some analysis on water-related risks to try to see the impacts on firms, so on non-financial corporations. And so one example is we've looked at water stress and water restrictions, because in periods of droughts or high water stress, municipalities can impose water restrictions to French companies that are heavily dependent and consume a lot of water. So this is mostly industrial firms. So we are really on a very small subset of firms in the French economy, but that are contributing still quite a bit to French GDP. And we find that so in an adverse scenario, when we project those restrictions 1 year ahead, based on projections of river flows by Météo France, we found that those industrial firms could see turnover losses that could amount to 17 billion in France. And for some of these firms, they could be facing a 17% decrease in turnover, so that can be quite significant for some of them. And then, partnering with ACPR, we tried to look at what is the exposure of the French financial system to those vulnerable firms. And if we look at exposures on the asset side of insurers' balance sheet, we find that 25% of insurers' exposure to non-financial corporation on the asset side of their balance sheets is for companies that would face a decrease in turnover of more than 5% in this water stress scenario. And if we do the same for banks, so we look at the exposure of the corporate loan portfolio of French banks, and we find that 4.5% of banks lending to French NFCs would be related to firms whose turnover would decrease by more than 5% in this water stress scenarios. So of course the numbers are not the same as the ones quoted by the Bundesbank, but here again we are focusing on a narrow set of companies, and it's not like sectoral dependencies and impacts.
Yes, and still very striking results. So thank you, and it allows us to understand really how nature-related risks propagate through the economy, to the real economy, and also to the financial system. And about that, but the risk on the financial system, Sophia. So you published, I think 2 years ago a biodiversity stress test of the financial system, focusing on transition risk. So this stress test shows some limited results impacts, but that does not mean that the financial system is not impacted. Maybe you can explain the result you found.
Yeah. So first of all, let me say, so we conduct a stress test. So we want to check like how how resilient the financial sector is to a severe regulatory shock to certain sectors that contribute a lot to biodiversity loss. And first of all, what we wanted to check is like, okay, how much to, like, as we already heard some numbers, how much do banks actually lend to these sectors that contribute a lot to biodiversity loss. And this is actually not a negligible part of the bank's portfolios, I must say. So we find like 16%. I mean, sure, as you can imagine, it's not easy to measure this and to project this, but that's what you find. But it still is the case that even as a bank, even when you lend a lot to sectors, it does not have to mean that these sectors are very risky sectors. So you can lend a lot to sectors that are very low risk, but you can also lend little to sectors that are very high risk. So you're, from the exposure, you need to go to a risk analysis basically, or to like how much loss would you incur in case of a severe scenario. And what we see, at least with this stress test, it's that the probabilities of default of those companies, so the likelihood that these companies default, so these are estimates that are provided by our data, these are rather low. And if you shock those companies, even with like very severe scenarios, then you still get limited losses, at least in our setting. But at least what we find, or what we conclude from this, is actually a very, like, let's say, rather positive, because that would mean, at least for transition risks, which means we regulate, and regulation, so from transition risk, from the regulation, the losses are rather low, which means that we don't have to worry, at least from our study, that much about the financial sector, and we could just regulate this. It's something we can then just go on and don't need to worry about this. And I think this is rather encouraging. And I also want to stress, I don't want to say with this that nature or biodiversity risks are not, that banks shouldn't like do any risk management on this or so. It's just like what we model is like an extreme scenario and check the resilience of the financial system, so to speak. It also does not speak to anything like if it's inflationary or not. So that's just what I wanted to say. It's like one specific part of the risk assessment. So.
Yes. Thank you for stressing this methodology caveat. Maybe that first you focus on transition risk, then I think you isolate biodiversity risk, net of market risk. So if markets already price biodiversity risk exposure are I think underestimated, right?
I mean, that's a discussion if this underestimated or not. Let's say it like this. I mean, we have basically these 2 stress tests, and both of them have like, so we have one market-based stress test and one like, which is a central bank stress test, where you, or like in the, let's say, like more aligned with the normal central bank stress test. And both of them have like, let's say, advantages and disadvantages. So I mean, this is always comes with a lot of assumptions in the normal stress test already, but when it comes to assessing climate and biodiversity risk, where we don't even have anything
backward looking what we can rely on, it gets even more difficult. But for, like, let's say, for both stress tests, what we currently see is, at least for transition risk, so the regulation, which hopefully comes before we get into like a severe loss scenario, so to speak, from physical risk, actually, because I think we should regulate before actually the physical loss is happening. At least for what we currently see for the transition risk, it's low for both stress tests, or at least manageable.
Yeah, thank you. And what is also striking is the heterogeneity between banks, between smaller banks, bigger banks, and across sectors also.
Yeah, that's true. So sure, there are banks that have more losses, especially what we see is the country heterogeneity. So especially in France, there's a lot of exposure to biodiversity, especially towards agriculture. And what is very interesting, so for France, the exposure to biodiversity is rather high, whereas for Germany, it's the exact opposite. It's rather climate. So they completely offset each other, so to speak, in both type of risks. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So to continue on financial stability and on the tools for private sectors, because we had a call for to help really private sector to help them navigate through the tools and the regulations. And I turn to you, Ludivine. You mentioned the last publication of the NGFS, the nature package. How can this package help both regulators, bank, and the private sector?
Yes, so the NGFS Nature Package, so it's a package of 3 reports that was published in April this year. So you have, as I said before, 1 report on developing nature scenarios, 1 report on integrating nature into supervision, and 1 report on nature-related data and how it can be of use to central bank supervisors, but also to the broader community. This work and these reports were prepared, as you see, in different spheres, and this encompassed the work of different groups of the NGFS. And why I'm saying that is that it's interesting to see that nature-related risks is not anymore, only for a group of experts within central banks, but it's slowly spreading to different areas, like supervision, like scenarios, like macroeconomic analysis. So we are seeing really different groups capturing nature and trying to apply it and to integrate it in their work. And so one overall message that I would take from the nature package is that, so as was said before in the keynotes and in the first introductory remarks, there is, of course, complexity. We always say we like data, but despite this complexity, a lot of data is already available on nature-related risks and can be leveraged. So you have Anchor databases, you have input-output tables, you have metrics from the TNFD, for instance, which are listed in the NGFS publication on data. And then same for methodologies. We do not have perfect economic models integrating economic and nature-related risks, but we do have tools to start analysis for economic and financial impacts. So the message is really to encourage actors, central bank supervisors and private actors in general to start with imperfect data and methodologies. And then one message that can be drawn from this package is that nature is a financial risk driver, and it's really a strategic factor. So also for companies, it's not only something to be seen, as a reporting obligation, but it's really something that can affect companies' production, companies' turnover, and that's why private actors should care about it. And another message is, as we say for central banks and supervisors, is to start simple. So you can start with sectoral dependencies, as we quoted a few numbers before. You can localize the analysis. Later on, develop a forward-looking analysis to check your vulnerability in different forward-looking scenarios, and progressively integrate this feedback, those inputs, into decision-making, so in risk assessments, investment decisions, etc. So I cannot go into detail in the findings of all the reports, but I invite you to check the note on data, for instance, because it provides some case studies of analysis of nature-related risks. For instance, in Malaysia, there was one other example of work by the ECB that is assessing so the assessing financial risks stemming from nature in the euro area, using Encore, using also supply chain and credits. So there are lots of examples for which you have the challenges and the lessons learned. So it's actually very concrete for people who are trying to use those methodologies and data. Again. And thank you. So you can check those examples and see how institutions have been facing, those limitations and trying to go around them and to find simplified methodologies to reach financial impacts.
Yes, thank you. And so these reports are available online on the NGFS website, right?
Yes,
okay.
Indeed.
Perfect. And to continue on the key challenge you raised on data gaps, was this issue raised in Madrid, Laila?
Yes, I think that was a key point on. So maybe to give a bit of context, we held this meeting in May, so very recently, with the Bank of Spain, CDP, and NGFS. And we really tried to bring 100 people to the room from lots of different areas to discuss this issue. So maybe before coming to data gaps, I think one point I wanted to make is we may have suffered from a self-selection bias, but from those in the room, we really had this sense of convergence that insurers, central banks, financial banks, investors were talking about water risks as a material risk in their different areas. And so it was really quite positive on our side to see that everyone was speaking the same language on water risk as being something that needs to be considered. And I think it's worth naming in itself because it means that we can actually start looking at the evidence and treating it and considering water as a potential macrocritical risk, potential systemic financial risk, and look at how it propagates through inflation, GDP, credit quality, and sovereign finances as well. And we did actually see there that some commitment plans to make sure it was being integrated into supervisory expectations. So the Bank of Spain was also talking about how they were integrating water risks into their requirements, into Pillar 3 disclosures, into internal capital adequacy and assessment processes, and also into stress testing. So that was very positive. So then moving more into the methodology side, I guess, is I think an important point is we're not starting from scratch. You mentioned the NGFS conceptual framework, TNFD. There's a lot of work that's been done on mapping transmission channels and on starting to have methodologies to assess impacts and dependencies. And I think where we are right now is the challenge between translating that into really understanding the impacts on supply chains and how it propagates through the financial system to underwriting to capital allocation, etc. So I think that's a really important point to start off with. Sorry. So I think what we need to think about now is not necessarily where the data gaps are, but how do we start moving with what we have, and that's what we really saw with the central banks who are in the room, Banque de France, the NGFS studies, Hungary from previous studies, ECB. So it's sort of a learning by doing and not waiting until we have the perfect data to move ahead, and I think that's a really important point. And then maybe, because I know we are running short on time, but I wanted to really highlight one point that was made during the meeting, was that we're talking about interconnected systems. So we're talking about the ecological systems, financial systems, economic systems. And so there's a really important point on collaborating to be able to address these issues and speaking across the different actors. And I think that's quite critical. And no single actor has the silver bullet or the data. So it's really about working across that. And so central banks have this really important role in looking at the evidence and building the evidence of materiality that can actually elevate these discussions to a more political level. Supervisors have tools, and they can embed water-related risks and climate and nature risks more broadly within those to try and to make sure that financial stability is being protected, which is a key priority there. Insurers are on the front line and so they have a really important role in pricing risks, but also maybe moving upstream and collaborating on risk mitigation as well, and using their own voices to engage on that. Corporates we've talked about a lot as well, and they're for them to understand the impacts and dependencies, and because indeed exposure is really through supply chains, and it's not just a local issue. These travel into the real economy and into financial systems and back again. And of course, finance ministries looking at the fiscal lens have a really important role, and that was the whole session that we had in this meeting about fiscal risk, and that's really something we do need to think more about. And then of course, environment ministries who have input into environmental policies which help shape these risks as well. So there's a real shared task across the whole community in developing tools and also trying to harmonize rather than duplicate. And again, that comes back to data and methodologies. How do we work together to build on what's already happening and to move faster?
Thank you very much, Leila. Indeed, we are a bit ahead of time, but I would like to end this panel on a positive note on opportunities, and maybe so as we don't have much time, a question for the three of you: what are the opportunities? How can central banks help so create the good conditions? Maybe Ludivine, can public-private partnerships be a key lever? And how do we translate the monitoring of risk into credibility, into credible signals for the private sector?
Yes, so first of all, very generally, I think what we can say is that what central banks are doing for financial stability and price stability is important for everybody, because it helps ensure that companies are operating in a stable and predictable environment. So what we do on climate and nature risks and their impact for the economy is also to ensure this stable and predictable environment. But then you mentioned collaboration. It was also mentioned by Leila. And this is really a key thing, because within central banks, we do have a lot of experts, a lot of economists, but we may sometimes lack the expertise on biophysical models, on nature-related risks. And that's why it's really key for us to collaborate with, for instance, the academic community. So we do work in collaboration with academics a lot. And one example of collaboration is that Banque de France is currently setting up a research consortium on modeling the macroeconomic impacts and financial impacts of nature-related risks. So we are launching a collaboration between Banque de France and 5 research institutions, including economic institutions such as the Paris School of Economics, and also institutions that are more specialized into biodiversity, like the Foundation for Risk on Biodiversity, who is also a co-organizer of this conference. This is one example, but then on the NGFS side, there are more examples of collaboration with other central banks and also with the academic community. For instance, this year the NGFS will also be launching a model intercomparison exercise to try to start from a common set of scenarios, nature-related risk scenarios, and then ask for external academics to participate into this comparison exercise and to apply those scenarios with different types of models. And at the end, we'll be able to compare the different results. And in collaboration, there's also more direct collaboration with private actors. And this can be done through many ways. So Banque de France is participating, for instance, in the Institute for Sustainable Finance, which is gathering a lot of large actors in France from the financial industry to discuss climate and nature-related issues. ACPR is also reaching out to financial institutions in a commission also on sustainable finance to discuss these issues. And Banque de France is also trying to help companies as well. So unfortunately, this example is not on nature yet, but we do provide climate indicators to help non-financial companies to assess where they stand in terms of their emission trajectory, so the transition risk. And also we provide an interactive map, for companies to identify how exposed they can be to physical risks. And you mentioned what do we need from private actors, and very shortly I would say data, of course. So reporting, data sharing is very important. And also I think what we need is to understand better the needs and use cases of private actors, because what we develop, so the scenarios usually have a very macroeconomic perspective. We care about impacts on macroeconomic variables like GDP, inflation, etc. But it's important also for us to understand how these can be of use to private actors, and usually that requires a very much more localized or more granular information. That's also useful for us to have this dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you, Ludivine. Sophia, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, not much. So I also want, from a researcher perspective, I would say, can just say, like, I think data gathering and collecting this type of information is very important, so that markets are also just able to price these risks or are aware of these risks. And I think what's also important is that we, with the research, we can actually see where the gaps are, the regulatory gaps to inform policymakers, also where they need to be closed. And I think this is basically one of the most important things that we can provide within, like, the price stability and financial stability mandate that we have. Yeah.
Thank you, Sophia. Maybe one last word from Laila, if you want.
Thanks. So maybe a last word is that obviously risk and opportunity lie quite close together, as you were saying. So I think it's important to also look into the opportunities for financing water security, and that's ultimately where a lot of our work lies. We see a raised awareness among central banks and the financial system as a way of avoiding allocating capital towards activities that are exacerbating risks, but also for greater recognition of the opportunities and the return on investment that can be made by doing water security investments. And so I know we're out of time, so I won't go too further into that. But there is an important role for collaboration throughout all of this on both sides, and an important opportunity as well for businesses as well as for governments, because of the return of investment in water security investments.
Thank you, Laila. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Ludivine. So I retain from this panel that data exists, tools exist, and the key challenge is now more collaboration. So thank you for that. I don't know if we have time for questions. If you have questions in the audience, we have 5 minutes. You have mics in your chairs. So yes, maybe we can start in front. Yes.
Please try to be brief in your questions. We are limited on time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, exciting. So thank you all for this wonderful panel. I think it was very informative, and it's great to being brought up to speed on what the current state of the art in these developments is. So a question towards NGFS and OECD. So as I'm checking if I'm understanding correctly, the risk that you are looking at is very much from a corporate perspective. So it's the financial risk, the corporate materiality that is being assessed, and not so much maybe the public effects or the public materiality being pulled into the analysis. So one of the things, I work for the Foundation for Sustainable Development, we look at socioeconomic benefits of ecosystem services. One of the things that I'm learning to see is that to de-risk the financial system, we look at a lot of disaggregated financial risks, and that makes it very hard to see the compounding risk. So I was very pleased to hear you speak about this, Ludivine, because I think that the climate and biodiversity effects really showcase this compounding risk and how it exacerbates potential losses. But there's also this compounding risk effect in cascading risk through private and public capital and how they influence each other. And I was wondering if any of you already is looking into that, how do you say it? I wrote it down, into that interaction of these effects, because what we can see from analysis is that we are expecting an increase in, so to say, failed states, which is maybe not directly very likely to be expected at the European continent, but in a global context, this is very different. So I was wondering if any of you is already looking into that.
Thanks, that's an excellent question. So maybe I want to start off by saying we do a broad range of work at the OECD on water, and so looking at not just corporate risks, but also looking at impacts on the economy, on society, on the environment as well as part of our work. Particularly in this stream of work, we've been looking at financial stability. So that has been through transmission channels from economic impacts. That said, at the roundtable I mentioned in May, we had a whole item on fiscal risk. And I think there's, and also, we're discussing sovereign risk. And I think that is an important area that we need to think about, because we take many things for granted in the assumptions and the modeling, including public finances, public budget, and also insurance to an extent. And those are sort of cornerstones of our assessments, or of the assessments that are being made. So I think this is a really important point, and something that we're hoping to develop more in future work.
I think I would do a very similar response, actually. On the NGFS side, the analysis is quite broad, so it includes impacts on corporates, but also in the economic analysis, we can also have modules that are concerned also public finances, but we don't have a specific focus on sovereign risk, although I think that's also something we would be looking at and trying to develop.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. My name is Kahana Deradze. I'm representative of Biodiversa Plus ESP team, and also I'm president of Association for Farmers' Rights Defense from Georgia. And this is the most important discussion on being for advocating farmers' rights and also presenting their interests in locally and globally, because we always are trying to protect our farmers' interests and their engagement in different financial institutions, and also make this collaboration more efficient and less risky for farmers, for banks, and for also insurance and reinsurance companies also, because this is a really challenging time, because we always are facing the high prices on the food, less quality, more because this is the also challenge for our nationality generations, and also makes the risks more reliable and more complex, and we need to also elaborate more complex plan to how the solutions will be better elaborated. As Diana talked about new niches, maybe we need to find also the direct investments into the farmer skills related to respond to the current and future challenges like climate, like biodiversity loss, and especially because the farmers are, yes, main players of food producers, but same time, farmers are main players and main actors on the nature, also conservation, to also protect nature, protect habitats, also ecosystems, and provide less contamination, less effect, and less, for example, polluting activities overusing by agrochemicals or pesticides or different polluting materials to use in agriculture and plant pathologies. And how we can better to emphasize the bank's position, for example, to minimize and reduce the risks through invest in direct farmers' competences and make this not mandatory, obligatory, or compulsory, but this must be initiated like process, most positive process with all stakeholders and engagement, plus science practitioners, bank representatives, and more competitive actors. For example, I'm personally for my doctoral degrees from agricultural biodiversity conservation and gene banking, how we can make farmers to teach and explore their capacities and enhance their skills, for example, on the on-farm and in-farm gene banking, how to protect and give these lessons farmers through providing the best understanding through digital technologies, through nature-based solutions, integrating, for example, on-farm and in-farm biodiversity, gene banking, and etc. I remember 22 years ago we had very interesting and most unforgettable congress here in Paris, supported by President of France, Mr. Jacques Chirac, and I had the privilege to be presenter and invited by Young Farmers Federation of France and Europe, and also we talked about at that time only food qualitative and quantitative problems.
I will just ask, thank you,
after 20 years, we found a new risks on the nature, on the biodiversity, on the habitats restoration, ecosystems restoration. We need to elaborate more efficient plans. And what is your position of how the banks, how to invest more proficiently, more professionally in farmer skills? Thank you.
Thank you for this. I think the agricultural sector is such a key part of the discussion, particularly for water, and I think for nature generally. So I think there's a really important discussion to be had there, which will vary, of course, country by country and depending on the specific circumstances. So I'd perhaps say I'd be happy to connect with you, perhaps in the coffee break. And we do have the OECD a body of work on water efficiency solutions and best practices across country, which I think might be quite relevant to your question. So perhaps I'll take that in the coffee break.
To echo what you say, indeed, agriculture is a key sector when we talk about nature-related risks, including in France, and we are actually studying it. So there was a publication from researchers by Banque de France last year, I think, that was showing that the degradation of nature, including degradation of pollination, pest control, and water regulation, can have impacts on agricultural prices, and that this can also have impact through supply chains on inflation in France, so especially food inflation, that could go up by 2 percentage points actually, and this could also have an impact on 0.5 percentage points of headline inflation. So indeed, we know it is a key sector. Then as far as what we can recommend to farmers, of course, as a central bank, we're very limited, but we are very much aware of the importance of this sector.
Thank you. So thank you. Yes. So indeed, you will have the opportunity to connect during pauses. We have a coffee break just now, so you can ask all your questions to the panelists. Oh, okay. So we have time for one last question. Yes, above there.
Thank you so much. We have several questions online, but for time reasons, we picked one. So this one is for researchers using firm-level data. And the question is, how can we move from imperfect biodiversity proxies, such as corporate policies or disclosures, towards more decision-useful nature risk metrics without waiting for perfect data? Thank you.
Who volunteers?
Yeah, that's a quite tricky question, I would say. I'm not sure if it's always better to have like the most granular data than what we also said, that we just do analysis what we already have, because we already have a lot. And with this, I think we can at least, maybe we don't get like to the perfect answer, like the, let's say, 100% correct answer. But if we can get to, like, let's say, can at least be 80% sure, I think that's already pretty good. with what we already have. So that's at least my answer. But I know that there can always be done more, but it's tricky, I must say, from a researcher perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for this very short answer. Thank you to all three for the panel. Sorry for those who were not able to ask your questions, but you will be able to do so just during the coffee break.
Thank you to our panelists, to the audience, and to our moderator. Please join me in a round of applause for them. So, now we have a coffee break. Please be back no later than 12 here in the auditorium. If you haven't registered yet, please do so at the welcome station near the entrance. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you for joining this last panel session of the morning. Do sit down, and while we invite our panelists to join the floor here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, please come over and pick a seat. Okay. Okay, so this is a very tough question, actually. How can science inform concrete decisions? The role of science is to inform based on models and data and knowledge that can be checked at least empirically, if not theoretically. And from then on, you know, we scientists are very happy with that, but I guess most people are not, because they need some concrete decisions to be made, concrete actions to be taken, possibly market to be created. The role of this panel session is to introduce 4 people who are specialized in this connection between science, data, and actions toward regulating biodiversity and hopefully improving the states of the ecosystems. There will be 4 short presentations based on slides, starting with Judith Fisher from the University of Western Australia, then followed by Marie-Louisa Tambora from the Directorate General of Environment at the European Commission. They will both address some, let's say, market-based approach to enhancing biodiversity and addressing this subject from a company and regulatory point of view. And then we'll have maybe more data-oriented or model-oriented, I would say, presentation by Arthur Campredon and Natasha Boric. Arthur is from CDC-B, so CDC Biodiversity, French company who specialize in measuring footprints. And Natasha Boric is from this foundation, Finance for Biodiversity. So we'll have first the 4 short talks, and then we'll have hopefully plenty of time for questions, both online and from the audience. So please, Judith, can you start with your presentation? Thank you.
Be here. Do I push the start? Or?
You go right normally.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to bring you some perspectives from Australia, where we have recently introduced a new legislation, or the Australian government has, and it's called Australia's Nature Repair Market. So this is about repairing markets, or repairing the ecosystems through a market-based approach, which is quite different to the EU Nature Restoration Regulation, which is currently coming into force here. So I'm just going to let you know a little bit about this. But I think the main thing of interest here is the relationship between the science, the good practices, and legislation to ensure what market-type actions are implemented and how we measure them in a very scientific and well-validated method. So there's 4 legislative sectors to this legislation. So one is the Nature Repair Act, which came into force in 2023. Then it has rules which underlie that act, came into force in 2024. And then there's also a legislative instrument which identifies the scientific methods by which any nature markets or repair, restoration type activities which go on must align with. So this is very much science-based, using a lot of experts, but through a legislation. And then there's another legislative instrument, which is called the Biodiversity Assessment, which brings that real strong science into these things called methods and methodologies which are developed. So I guess through this legislation, it is really science which is informing decisions which are made, and we hope that the frameworks will actually engage with the private sector and bring the private sector to investments into the repair of the market, but also knowing that anything they invest in is going to be scientifically validated. So that's what's sitting really much behind this legislation. It's only new, but it's really picking up quite well. So we're hoping that those who might want to invest in this would see that these really strong scientific validation methods which sit behind all the legislation and behind any repair to the natural environment which occur will entice the investors to want to do it, because they know there's good measures and they can work out whether their investment is actually improving biodiversity or preventing biodiversity loss. So the rules which are supporting this legislation are very strong focus around transparency, ensuring that everything that happens is extremely transparent, that it's integrity. There are integrity values which sit within the legislation and which are defined, and it's also about bringing a lot of collaborative efforts, bringing stakeholders, policymakers, investors to work together to prevent further decline in the environment. Now this I think might refer back to the gentleman's session, the question right at the beginning, the gentleman in blue. What sits behind this is an ecological knowledge system which has been developed with the government and with the CSIRO. And this knowledge system is bringing together all the data on different sections of Australia's biodiversity. It was a huge country, but very regional, very local, and many different bioregional aspects of biodiversity. So this ecological knowledge system is the scientific foundation for assessing the condition of an ecosystem before an investment occurs, and then once that investment occurs, we can measure the conditional change over time based on scientific methods. So this really, if we have an investor, and there's a whole lot of processes and steps which I won't go through right now, but if we have an investor who wants to start on a project, they can go to this ecological knowledge system, go to the location where they are proposing to put some money, and find out all the scientific data that's known about that site. So this makes it a really trusted and authoritative source of information, so those investors really know what they're doing and where their money might be going. So methods are developed. Now, we talk a lot about methods, and there's lots of different ways and processes and methods that are used. But these methods are developed through legislation. So there's a whole scientific legislative approach to developing a method, and that is the method which needs to be used for implementation. So sitting behind that also is this biodiversity assessment instrument, once again informed by science and knowledge systems. So you can see the different things that this ensures through that system. It ensures that the collection methodologies are always consistent, because we have a methodology which has to be approved by the Minister of Government before it can be used as a methodology. It also means this base methodology or baseline methodology enables us to be able to compare improvements or declines in biodiversity across time. It's very much based on integrity, sustainability, reliability, and transparency. So associated to all of these legislative groups, there's an expert reference group, so that brings together scientists with high levels of expertise who work with the government and others to develop these ecological and biodiversity science, which sits straight behind this, all the legislative instruments. Also, there's a very strong focus on First Nations knowledge and cultural knowledge, which is written into that ecological knowledge system, which I mentioned earlier. So what is actually happening? We're getting external experts through reference groups. We have another committee, which has to be appointed by the Minister of Experts, and then the work with the scientific organisation and the government really means we have got really trusted, transparent and authoritative science for investors to know where they're going to go with their investment and if they make decisions. So really this is showing that the market, which is what it's called, it's the nature repair market, is the name of the legislation, is informed by science, and that it has this nature repair committee which is appointed by the Australian Minister for Environment, and they must look at all the work that comes from these other reference groups and from the science and make recommendations to the Minister about the methodology, a particular methodology. Now, a particular methodology might be on a rainforest, for instance. Let's just pick a rainforest, for example. That methodology then is, advice is given by the Nature Repair Committee to the Minister, and the Minister can accept that advice or not. Once accepted, that methodology is implemented for anyone who wants to invest in, for instance, the rainforest or whatever the methodology is. But really critical in this, because we do have a lot of long-term traditional knowledge in Australia, is if it's on lands which has traditional knowledge, which is pretty well the whole of Australia, the person or the market person putting their money into it must have the consent of the traditional owners, and the design must be approved and informed by the First Nations knowledge. So it's very scientifically validated. It's designed to deliver high integrity biodiversity outcomes and increase investment in nature, external investment, not just government investment. So to date, this has really enhanced investor and business confidence, and it includes nature into financial decision making, managing nature-related risks, and providing science-based opportunities for nature investment. So it's just starting, it's on its way, and thank you very much for listening. And I hope you like the kangaroos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I said before, we'll take questions overall after the fourth presentation. So now please, Maria Luisa, take over.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Well, first I'd like to spend a couple of words on this new work that has started at the European Commission, and I see a lot of similarities in the way we are advancing, although we are still in an exploratory phase with the Australian example, because we are also exploring ways to set up a credible and also inclusive and of course also high integrity market. So this is an important step. So it's an important concept to around which we built up the roadmap towards nature credits. It was adopted in July last year, so it's about 1 year ago. So it's not yet an initiative. It is a stepwise approach, and it has a number of steps. The major one is about setting up an expert group which gathers together different expertise and different stakeholders. So the idea is to have different views and allow for as much as possible also a science-based and credible approach. So it then has a number of activities, such as conducting a EU-wide assessment of the demand and supply sides, and also has a number of, it articulates around the synergies with other policies, as well as having also an international position within the various negotiations that are coming up. Of course, first and foremost, the COP17, but also the UNFCCC convention, because there also we aim at having nature credits activity. So I'd like just to mention here, as you can see on the right side, we set up the expert group. It works around different work streams, but of course the first one is around methodologies and metrics. So this is an important point. It's the foundation of the nature credits, but it then evolves into the other activities which are more into the market, creating an MRV system, etc., registries, whereby we would like to enhance and exploit as much as possible the synergies with the CRCF legislation, which is already in place. It's maybe for not all, it's the around particularly the carbon farming activities which have to look into the co-benefits, climate and biodiversity. So this is an important piece of work, and in particular we would like in that context to use the same registries, third parties verification, have a similar systems so that we do not overcomplicate things. Then, of course, I'd like to just mention that our idea is to have a two-step approach whereby first, let's say the supplier of, or the, let's say, farmers and foresters, or any other interested party which is launching a project, a nature positive action, goes for a certificate. The certificate is based on action. So the measurement is around, the validation of the actions that will then provide a nature positive outcome. And it's only when the outcomes can be verified, then there is a credit that is issued. So it's very important point that we would like as much as possible to have some kind of assurance about the outcomes, so that we do not go for a greenwashing type of activity, but we create confidence in the market. It's not a commodification of nature, really, but it's to just verify and channel investment, as it was said before also in the previous panel, is to change the direction of our investments. Again, here I'd like to mention that we want to reward not only those additional nature positive actions, but also conservation. So the stewardship, so all those who take care and conserve the status of natural sites, they will also be eligible. And of course it's science-based, as I said, and with verified outcomes. It is based on CIEA, which is, this is an approach we would like to have in mind. Of course, it's not yet decided. We have proposed to the group of experts to look into this kind of approach that allows to identify metrics that can then be standardized with value from 0 to 1. So this allows for comparison and also to a certain extent to aggregation, and they are standardized also in the way the metrics should be developed around abiotic, biotic and landscape indicators and variables, so that there is a consistency in the framework that is at the UN level, and it allowed already the development of these kind of maps using this approach with georeference data both for forests and for agriculture. You will have a couple of references here below in the bottom if you're interested. And so as you can see, you can have a gradient of values, and you can map how Europe is evolving in these two areas. Of course here, okay, with it. The other aspect I would like to say is that the UN SIA system also looks into the ecosystem services. This has been mentioned by many already, and it's an important part of the puzzle because it links the biosphere to the economic system. And so it allows to also identify an economic value and attribute the economic, yes, let's say the ecosystem service to certain economic units. Then, of course, we need to work a lot around the uses, the policy uses. We have, I highlighted here a policy brief that the JRC has done in consultation with DG Environment, but without spending too much time, this allows to give a value to a variety of ecosystems. This INCA approach that was developed by GRC has also been used for developing a regulation that now, from 2026, will ask member states to report on ecosystem services, including ecosystem accounts, including ecosystem services. So there will be a data set. And it will allow also to identify the vulnerabilities depending on the match between the flow of ecosystem services and the demand by the economic system. So here you have a map, an example of a map. If you want to have a little bit more insight, you can have a look at this. And I thank you for your attention, and sorry for being over time for a little bit.
Thank you. So, do you want to go for it? Okay. Is that okay? Okay. So, thank you, Natasha. Now, sorry for the little change in the order, but it's okay. No, it's fine. Don't worry. No worries. We have plenty of time to recover from this little accident. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. Natasha Boric, happy to be here with you today. I am Head of Public Policy and Positive Impact at the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation, and I'm going to speak today about how can science inform nature action from financial institutions. So just to give you a bit of context about the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation, 5 years ago we structured the Finance for Biodiversity pledge that enables financial institutions to commit to the integration of biodiversity into their practices. So it is more process-based than outcome-based, and it's really a call to action also for policymakers to agree on effective measures to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. We now gather more than 200 financial institutions representing more than 20 trillion euros in assets, really dedicated, contributing to the protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystem through their financing activities and investments. So dedicated is not the right word, but a dedicated effort. Yes, it is. Different steps of the pledge, including notably reporting publicly on their efforts. I wanted to zoom in today on the results of our impact report from 2025, which is a contribution also to the global review of collective progress of the GBF. We shared this information with the CBD. It's really a stock take year. And for assessing impact, which is really the commitment of the Finance for Biodiversity Pledge that relies the most on science. Others do too, but for assessing impact, it's really about integrating data, integrating scientific models, understanding the relation of portfolios, economic activities with nature. So here I'm very proud to say that 80% of our respondents have conducted an impact assessment of their activities on biodiversity. That number lowers a little bit for dependencies at 67%. And then if we look a little bit deeper, if we look at company level analysis, it goes down again at 72%. If we look at location-specific assessments, only 25%. So here we really need to take into account the fact that we gather a great diversity of financial institutions, and it is not the same for large asset owners and managers that have thousands of companies in their portfolios to assess company level, location-specific, compared to a very small financial institution in project finance or private equity, for example. However, it does give us an indication for the travel of work and what we need to go further and have more precision in those impact assessments and dependencies assessments. I wanted to focus and maybe also explain those difficulties based on the results of the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment published earlier this year that was presented this morning. So for the tools to assess biodiversity impact and dependencies, what we can see at the bottom of the graph at the portfolio level is that there is a low level of applicability for financial portfolios. Only macro-scale environmental and economic models and life cycle approaches are available and applicable at portfolio level, but only for screening priorities. It doesn't really work for comparing options, tracking potential changes. It's always proceed with caution or not currently feasible. So we need research, we need the right tools. A lot can be done. We also talk about no regret action, so it's not meant as an excuse, it's just meant as calling for intention, research and support. The IPBES report also points to the lack of enabling environment for the development of biodiversity finance, harmful subsidies, and even calls for positive lobbying from companies to ask for change, to ask policymakers for effective measures to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. This gives legitimacy to the calls from private sector actors, and I want to build on the term legitimacy because that's what science can give to practitioner. Confidence and legitimacy in the tools and the models that they use, that they integrate in their practices, and it's a risk to transform practices. So we need this legitimacy and this confidence. Just to give an example, so we developed a sovereign debt nature assessment model with 3 pillars of analysis. So in this project, I actually inherited the project, and the pillars on natural capital, socio-economic activities, and governance responses were shaped, named a little bit differently, but it already made a lot of sense and it was working well. But then I arrived into the project and I was thinking, how do I build legitimacy for this? How do I know that this is the one way to go and that we can give confidence to practitioners to effectively use this model? And that's when I remembered that I knew those pillars. It's the OECD pressure state response model of environmental indicators. So that helped me to reshape a little bit the indicators, add some of them, change the names. But now I can say when I present our sovereign debt nature assessment model to practitioners that it mirrors a recognized model from science, from research. So really, legitimacy and confidence, that's what science can do for nature action from financial institutions. To conclude, I'm not going to go into this model, it's just that the event is about nature positive finance, so I wanted to showcase that we have a finance for nature positive working model. And here also with the working group for 1 year, we really tried to understand what was the state of the art of the research, of the knowledge on this concept and how it can help financial institutions. So it was really about integrating research, condensing it into something practical that financial institutions can use to move forward. So maybe my last message and maybe call to action is really for all of us to collaborate to better integrate and maybe more rapidly integrate the results of science and academic research into the practices of practitioners and financial institutions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Natasha. So now we have our last presentation before the discussion session.
Thank you, Frédéric, and good morning, everybody. Sorry, I didn't put an introduction slide. It's a bit like diving into the subject right now. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm Arthur Campredon. I work at CDC Biodiversity for a bit more than 3 years now. and I've been leading the development of the Global Biodiversity Score, which is a biodiversity footprinting tool, for 3 years now. So today I will be trying to explain to you the global theory of change that we have followed over the last 10 years since the start of the project of the GBS, to provide you with trying to have a global perspective on how we try to link science to concrete action on the ground. And it's a bit like linking to the presentation that have been made so far, trying to link the biodiversity credit debate. So how do we foster restoration on the ground to the action of institutional investors or financial institutions that I can be doing at their level. So we are trying to have developed this whole global theory of change. So today I will try to focus on this. So first, perhaps 2 slides to make sure that everyone is on the same page regarding our models and tools. So the Global Biodiversity Score and the whole methodological framework that we have developed is based on the metric that is called the mean species abundance. To simplify a bit, it's an ecosystem condition metric, so it's linked to the 2 first presentation that we've had. It's a composition one, so it's a level of species. Like, can you assess between 0 and 1 and the level of integrity of an ecosystem based on the species that are on the ground and has been assessed on the ground. So it's developed by the PBL, so it's the Dutch Environmental Agency, and it's used by quite some actors now. Second slide, so perhaps a few recap on how the GBS is working. It's really the same as carbon footprint. So we have economic data, different types, that can be fed into the tool, and then you have results expressed in impact, so in MSA square kilometers of the company, or the economic data, or the financial institutions, or on the ground. I mean, everything is possible. Of course, the more you are on the right side of the slide, the more precise the results is, as the more precise the input data is. So it's basically the debate on how can we have some precise data to be fed to the tool. But you can see it's working for everybody. So it's working for financial institutions that only have financial data, but it's also working for project developers that have on-the-ground data from ecological surveys, etc. And the whole global theory can be summarized in these 4 steps. Basically, I tried really much to synthesize everything of creating a framework. So the tool is only the opportunity to launch the debate on what can be doing at the international level if we want to make sure that we go towards a nature-positive world. So first, we created a tool. So it's the first step. It's trying to build an ecosystem of actors, of companies, of financial institutions, of I don't know, collectivity or even like association that are using the tool to start understanding, okay, what is my impact as like more way of understanding like at the global level, what is my impact, how do I interact with nature, what is the MSA, etc. So this ecosystem has been built up for 10 years now. So we launched the GBS in 2020. The second step is to have kind of a framework, a bit like the GHG protocol, a way of counting biodiversity. How do we make sure that we count the same way biodiversity? I mean, ourselves, but also other tool developers that are using like a more pressure-based models or other models that can be used also by private companies. The third one, and I will be diving a bit today, is like having a global perspective of a national footprint. And I took the example of France because, of course, we are in France, it's more telling for everybody, but it can be duplicated into like other countries. Also did the New Zealand, that we are very much linked to the country and with the PBL. But it's having evaluation of the footprint of the national aspects of a country. And then, based on that, and it's very, the last step is very much the very key one, is to, based on this footprint, develop trajectories at the global level and at the national level that can be used then by private actors to, based on their evaluation of the impact, also have a plan, a transition plan, some trajectory as a micro level to basically align with a nature-positive world. And these 4 steps are very key into making a world where science, so all the data, all the models, all the good understanding of biodiversity is linked to action on the ground. And where we are now, basically, is we have worked with quite a lot of companies, financial institutions that have been pioneers. I see some of them right now in front of me. But when it comes to taking action and aligning with the nature-positive world, they are all telling me, okay, but how do I compare myself to the others? Or to compare myself to a national trajectory? How do I been accompanied by public authorities into the whole business change I need to do, etc., etc., etc. This is why we need the 2 last steps to basically accompany private actors into their actions. So, sorry, it's only 3 minutes left, but this is the kind of GHG protocol for biodiversity that we have been created with iCare. So it's our partner. It's also a French consultancy that have been working on footprint for quite some years. And we identified a bit like the OECD and a bit of the previous presentation, different type of way of measuring biodiversity. And they are all linked to each other and all bring something to the others. And it's very much trying to link science, as I was saying, link the data that we know, the biodiversity that we understand, so the state of nature, to the practices, to action that can be taken that are very concrete, very concrete for a company or for a private actor. For example, it's very much easier to understanding the percentage of certified raw materials if you take the right up of the slide, than the ecological inventory expressed in MSA, but they are all linked to each other, and it's based and it's coming from a world where we can basically link practice to pressures, to impact, to state of nature, and the other way around to make sure that the practices in the end that has been implemented by a company is aligned with the global trajectory of respecting the planetary boundaries, the nature positive world, or even the GBF. In 1 minute, perhaps, it's a recent exercise that we have been doing. We are very proud of it. So we calculated the footprint of France. It's very much detailed. I can send it to you further if you are interested. But it's just like to give you an example of what we can be doing with the. We don't use exactly the GBS. We use the GBS, but also we use the whole model behind it to calculate the footprint of the French production. So it's a productive approach. We also did the consumption approach. It's the same as the footprint of a carbon footprint of the state. Sorry, it's 1 minute left. But anyway, you have some figures. It's very close to the carbon footprint of the grandeur, meaning like the way we calculated is seems to be quite telling and seems to be quite duplicated by the carbon footprint world. So it's making sense for us, and it can also provide some information. And sorry, it's in French. I didn't have the time to translate, but it's basically livestock or crop that are the most impactful sector in France. But also you have some others, and you have also a duplication and a ventilation of impact in terms of consumption approach, which is quite different from this productive approach when you calculate the footprint of France. And I want to conclude right now what can allow this calculation and the whole ecosystem that we have built up around the GBS and around our methodology is to basically try to have some quantified trajectories, the same that we have for carbon. I'm not saying that everything should be in MSA and it's the only one metric, but it can provide at least one framework to try to position, as I was saying, some practices or some action that you can take at the pressure level into a global trajectories that can be piloted by France or by any country, and then at the international level. Because if we are, I don't know, a few months of the COP15, the COP15 will be dedicated to like a state of play of how the states have implemented the GBF. And I'm sorry to tell you, but nobody knows if we are on the right track or not. Previously, we are not, but we cannot tell you that if we are on the right track, and where is France among all of this, and where are other countries or other companies. And thanks to having this approach of having quantified trajectory backed by science, but also that can be implemented at a micro level, you can then start having this reflection of, okay, perhaps I'm late, and perhaps I should be accelerate, and I'm accelerating. And the last thing I wanted to say is that, sorry, I'm speaking a bit fast. Sorry, because I want a lot of things to detailing to you. Two things that also we have been working on, and I don't have the time, but if you want to catch up for lunch, is some work that we have done on restoration cost. For example, in carbon, we have abatement curves that are very, very, very key into the transition, to understanding the risks that are associated with like the transition pathway of the world and of France, of any sectors or any companies. And we basically did the same for biodiversity, so can also present it to you. And some also a link to project on the ground, meaning that everything that is being done, so trajectories are bending the curve, so we have to reduce our pressure, so reduce our impact, but also we are trying to link it to the debate on biodiversity credit. So how do we finance positive impact, and to link it into the same measurement, the same way of measuring, and the direction that has been taken by Australia and the EU, meaning that having an ecosystem condition way of understanding the positive impact is, according to us, the right way to make the link between the calculation of negative impact and in the end, having this bending the curve trajectories expressed in a basket of metrics. So sorry, I spoke a bit fast and touched upon a lot of topics, but very happy to follow up the discussion within the Q&A and during lunch. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we do have time for some questions, and since absentees should not always be wrong, maybe we can start with the online questions, if there are any. There are none, so anyone in the room? Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So thank you all for the presentations. It was really interesting. To Judith and Maria Luisa on the credit markets. It's very inspiring to see how Australia has made sure that their local and indigenous knowledge is well represented in the quality of the credits, and to see the work that the expert group is developing for Europe. However, I was wondering, what is the status on developing legislation, regulation on the quality of the market? Both seem to be heading for a voluntary market. Who will buy these credits if it's voluntary? And how do we sidestep that everybody is overlooking the mitigation hierarchy that Natasha so very nicely put in the slide?
Very valuable question, and of course we are not neglecting it. We are not yet at the stage of having decided whichever way, either voluntary or regulatory type of instrument. But indeed, what we are exploring at this very moment is really the coherence with other policy. One example that I would like to mention is the nature restoration regulation that entered into force in 2024. And now all member states in Europe are preparing their national restoration plans to be submitted by September. And there is a big question: where does the finance come from? And we all know that public funding is not enough. So this is one of the instruments that could contribute to this, to fill this gap. And of course, it has to be also from the demand side, connected to corporate social responsibility, all other kind of, also the financial market have also their reporting, so financial institutions, sorry. So it means that we need to connect all the pieces of the puzzle to have a coherent framework, but at the same time assessing the options. And we are trying with this EU scoping study that I shortly mentioned to look at demand and supply side. And on the other side, we are testing through pilots on different scales. So we have an example in France, by the way, but there are many others that are aimed at testing the market, as well as Horizon Europe projects that have been launched and which, okay, are trying a bit more before market, but the idea is, yes, indeed, to test. And so right now, I didn't have the time, but we are also in the process of evaluating a framework contract that will look at the pilots in a coherent way. So we'll bring all the pilots together and analyze and assess what are the conditions to be met, what are the gaps, what are the barriers, of course, and also the drivers, hopefully. So that is a lot of work ongoing, and all these pieces will then come into one single, hopefully, one single direction, or at least a couple of options. Maybe for Australia.
Just a quick one. Yes, this is a voluntary market. That is how it's been established, as a voluntary market. I guess we have to start hoping that the CBD targets connected to businesses will also start to motivate businesses to think about investing in these types of methods. It's very early stages, so we don't know how well it's going to be taken up. The first methodology has just been approved by the Minister, so that means now if someone wants to invest, I think it's called rainforest, I forget the actual ecosystem it is, but now there's a methodology and an approach there, and other methodologies are being developed. So it will be a watching game, but let's hope that a lot of the work from IPBES and all of the information that's being provided about the importance of businesses and investors thinking about nature may drive it, but we have to wait and see on that. Thank you.
There was a question on the third row.
Yeah, thank you. And just to go back to the Australia example, which was very informative, is there an intention to link into the NBSAP of Australia as well? And do you have already a sense of financial flows at this stage, voluntary ones, of course, but...
Yes, it will be linked to the NBSAP, I'm sure of that. The financial flows, it's too early. The first methodology, a methodology has to be approved through all the scientific rigour and then by the Minister for Environment. Once a methodology is approved, then an investor or whoever can start to put their money in it. So that first methodology has only been approved this year. So it's a little bit early yet to answer your question. We'll have to wait and see on that. But certainly linked to the international world, yeah.
On this, do you have issues with the ministry fighting against the scientist, or the scientists fighting against the ministry? Do they speak with the same voice?
No, we don't. We don't have issues. Sorry. As the legislation was going through Parliament, a lot of scientists put a lot of comments back to our Senate about issues related to that. But it has gone through, and I have noticed that has gone more silent now because it has been approved. It has just, we've also had another environmental legislation just brought into practice in the last couple of months, which has also modified the Australian Nature Repair Act as part of that regarding offsets, and whether a methodology within the Nature Repair Act can be used to ensure whether an offset is a real offset and not a greenwashing offset. So this is all very new, but certainly at the beginning when it was first put to a lot of scientists, and one thing I really think the main concern was the definition of nature positive. And this is me speaking as a dependent now, not representative of the government, but the early definition of nature positive was the definition which the mining industry preferred. And if we look at a definition, for instance, we have for this meeting, nature positive finance, that's a definition of actually improving biodiversity and preventing biodiversity loss. So there was a lot of that sort of conflict. That's now changed. The legislation now no longer talks about nature positive. So that scientific backlash, I think, was very significant and important in changing the direction to where it is today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a question online.
Yes, thank you. There is one straightforward question for, I'm not sure who, for the entire panel. Do you think biodiversity impact metrics are mature enough to replace policy-based proxies in empirical finance research? Thank you.
To replace?
Yes, to replace policy-based proxies.
Policy-based.
So who wants to address that? Everyone?
I don't know, maybe you haven't spoken.
It's working, yeah. Yeah, you have a lot of question of how mature the metrics are. It depends. I think the metrics are mature because metrics are metrics. The question is the question is more: are the tools mature enough? And do you have enough precise data so you can pilot your impact and have a concrete view of is your evaluation of your impact precise enough? And I would say the metrics is mature, the tools is mature, but we're lacking a bit more precise data that can be fed into the tools. So then you have a result that is actually actionable. For example, depending on your position on the value chain, are you like a farmer or are you financial institutions? You will have like a wide range of data that are very completely different. And if you are at the farm level, of course, you will have like some data that's very, very, very telling and objectively usable and piloting. So, I mean, you can use at the macro level for government to start piloting the impact on farms. But you have to pilot your whole financial flows alignment based on the data that, I don't know, the whole economy have. It's getting a bit more complex. So I'll say we are getting more mature, and the data bringing by a reporting framework, being by the CSRD, or bringing by the debate we have on biodiversity credit, is giving more and more attention. So in the end, I would say perhaps not replacing, but adding a layer of understanding from the governments to starting acting on the policy stage. I know you wanted to complement.
Well, actually, it was a bit more. I think today, when I listen to the financial institutions representatives, I had the impression that, yes, there's a lot of data that has been already used by financial institutions to assess, for example, risks. So, of course, it depends on what data you are looking for. Certainly, for climate-related risks, there's much more. It's much more mature. For nature-related risks, I think we need to be aware of the complexity and the variety of metrics that exist. This is why I think building on, frameworks that have an international consensus. Well, I mentioned in my example, but of course there are many others, many organizations that are trying to provide international agreed framework that will help. Going from a very variable to a more structured way to assess nature and biodiversity. Of course, research is still very important. My point was that we are entering an age in which we can use various technologies, different types of technologies, satellite data, audio traps and cameras and so on and so forth, so to monitor on site and also combine these type of different level data with different sources. So there's a lot of potential and thanks also to artificial intelligence, probably we have to admit, we will have to be prepared to have, we will have tools that will help us in moving forward.
Yes, I wanted to Yes, I wanted to add a point on this, notably because I forgot to mention it during my presentation. So I think in terms of metrics, what I found interesting is that I'm not sure we are 100% past it. So the debate of we need one metric for biodiversity like we have for climate, and maybe one day we will, but I do think that we are going past that, and notably thanks to the state pressure action framework, we start to realize that for biodiversity, we are always it's the diversity of life. We are going to have a diversity of metrics to understand it, but if we can know where to use it, how they interact together, how to build a theory of change from action, impact, pressure, results in the world, that's the next step. That's where we are going, and it feels good to not have this debate all the time anymore on the one biodiversity metric. There is still a huge amount of work on understanding what metric for what type of actor, for what type of project, for what type of ecosystem. I see sometimes research for specific actors, which metrics can you use, and we have lists and lists and lists, and I do find a little risk in that. I understand why it's happening, it's normal, but there is maybe a little risk. A lot of work is done to going even further, so notably on state of nature metrics with the Nature Positive initiative, but maybe going even further than that, the role of regulatory frameworks. We need an enabling environment that enables disclosure, information, comparability, and that is interoperable at the international level. So in Europe, EFRAG, ESRS, it's the last stages for the metrics. We have the ISSB work on nature that is opening for consultation in October. So a lot is happening on metrics. Maybe we still need proxies, but a lot is happening.
Well, thank you. We have time for one last question, if any in the audience. If not, I have one question for Judith, actually, if I may. Yeah, I may. So how do you reconcile or articulate both knowledge coming from traditional knowledge and knowledge coming from science in your approach that you mentioned? Because you did mention both science and traditional knowledge, and since that's the subject of one of our working group this afternoon, I'd be very happy to hear a few words on that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, traditional knowledge holders, there's lots of different terms, let's just use that for the moment, or in Australia, First Nations people. That committee that I said is elected by ministers has a representative from First Nations people sitting on the very top of the appointed committee. So they are putting the traditional knowledge holders are putting their input in at all stages throughout the process. Then if someone wants to implement one of these methodologies and it is on Indigenous protected lands, then they can't implement the methodology without the free, prior and informed approval of the traditional owners. So they must work with the traditional owners on that space on the land for their methodology to be actually approved. And the methodology that's part of the methodology process, and the methodology approval then means an investor can know that they are putting their money into something that is endorsed by the traditional owners, as well as having the Western science, the two sciences working very closely together. So it's part of the legislative structure. Yeah.
Thank you. And one comment from Natasha, also directed to you, I think.
Yes, I also have a question for you, Judith. You mentioned that the committee reports to the minister, and if I understand correctly, you said it reports to the environmental minister. I was wondering if the Treasury or Minister of Finance is also involved in a way, and if not, if there is a reason why.
They are putting this through. We have the carbon credits. They call them ACCUs. So there is a legislative body that implements the carbon credits, and they are implementing this biodiversity markets through the same body as the carbon credit markets. So they are all working together, and I'm sure they will be talking to Treasury in some way through that process. Yep.
Well, thank you very much. Let's thank all the four panelists of this session. And we do have a short break for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2:10, I think, which is an odd schedule, so I run it by rote, 2:10. Thank you. The next session will be a panel discussion led by Nathalie Morata from FRB, which will show us how to pave the way to COP17. Yes. Thank you, Nathalie.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think we are going now. We had very fruitful discussion the whole day. We learned a lot. So we are going now on the road to COP17. We're going to step a little aside from the topic of the day, and we will go into the global framework for biodiversity. And for doing so, I have the pleasure to invite Julia Mermonard. So Julie is France's co-national focal point for the Convention for Biodiversity, the CBD. She focused on especially the issue related to monitoring framework biodiversity mainstreaming, forest biodiversity and protected area. And she's also following the work of IPBES. She was in the negotiation of Nexus and the business and biodiversity assessment. Welcome, Julie. And we also have Rob Henriks. So Rob is trained as ecologist, and he worked a short period as researcher, and after that, spent most of his career on science policy officer for the Dutch government. He's currently involved in the IPBES capacity building task force and delegation member for the Netherlands and the IPBES plenary. And regarding the CBD, is the focal point for the clearinghouse mechanism and the lead negotiator for the Netherlands regarding agenda items on technical and scientific cooperation and capacity building, and is also the Biodiversa co-lead on internationalization. Welcome. Thank you. Hello? Yes. So I propose to start by speaking a little bit about COP17. I don't know how you are aware of what is happening there. So let's start a bit to set the scene around this upcoming COP. So as we look ahead of this COP, what do you see as the most important priorities regarding the role of business and financial actors in implementing the global biodiversity framework?
Thank you, Nathalie, and hi, everyone. So maybe just to give a bit more context on COP17 first. So this is the second COP since we have adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework. So for those of you who don't know, this is kind of a roadmap. We have adopted 23 targets that we need to achieve by 2030, and it includes work on ecosystem restoration, reforming harmful subsidies, protecting and conserving 30% of land and sea, etc., etc. So we have 23 big goals. And so this second COP after this famous COP15, for us, it's really about implementation and taking stock. So what we are going to do, the main goal of this COP, is to adopt what we call a global review. It's the global review of progress on the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So it's a bit the same thing that what we have done for climate, where we have adopted a global stocktake. So this global review is going to be made of two things. First, a global report that is going to be a document that is going to take stock on the progress and the gaps in implementation of each 23 targets. And this is going to be based on the reporting of what parties have sent. Parties had to report on their progress, national activities on February 2026. Everything is public, so you can check online the reports of all the countries. There's going to be, of course, the use of scientific resources and sources, and also reporting from non-state actors, including private sectors, but also NGOs, etc. The second thing that is included in the global review is a COP decision, where ideally, at least as a French negotiator, we want to see some next step. We want to see some actionable insight, what we should do with like this stocktake. So this is going to be the main thing at COP17, and I would say that as a priority maybe for private sector is to make sure that this global stocktake include key messages on what's the level of engagement and all the actions that have been done by the private sector on the target, what has been working, where there is some gaps, how can we involve more the private sector, both in national strategy development, but implementation as well. So I think it would be really good to also make sure that there is some also clear next step, actionable insight. I won't talk about recommendation. This is not in the mandate per se of the CBD, but like, yeah, actionable insight. And then there's going to be very quickly two other big discussion, one on resource mobilization and how we can bridge the global biodiversity finance gap and what is the role of the private sector there. So that would be also quite important. And the last one on mainstreaming. The goal is to adopt and welcome a list of resources and guidance, like sector-specific guidance that the countries need to provide to help each other on working on biodiversity mainstreaming on different sectors like agriculture, fisheries, forestries, etc. So there's going to be a specific dedicated discussion on that.
Well, yeah, I can only just confirm the relevance of all the points just made, specifically on when looking at all the targets. It's really important to have the role of the business and financial sector included in light with the the so-called whole of society approach. I think that is really important there. And then specifically on zooming in on one of the targets from the perspective of the Netherlands, also the harmful incentives target is really interesting and important also in relation to this challenge of providing the sufficient finance, because as we learned from the presentation of the business and biodiversity assessment this morning, it is really a very significant proportion of the potential there to shift away from harmful incentives to the positive ones. It is the public part, but it's a private part which is about 2/3 as we heard this morning. So it's a really relevant element there to also call on the business and the private and the financial sectors to play an important whole of society role there.
Thank you. So specifically, we talked this morning about the IPBES business and biodiversity assessment. So maybe let's explore now a bit the link between IPBES and CDB. You were involved in the negotiation around this assessment. So from your perspective, how does the scientific knowledge produced by IPBES fit in the CDB? And in particular, regarding the assessment, the business and biodiversity assessment, what do you think the key message of this assessment? Do you think they are sufficiently reflected in the CBD discussion?
Yes, thank you. So within the CBD, there's always there's a negotiation item on IPBES, and the goal is for the CBD parties to officially welcome the outcome and the conclusion of each IPBES assessment. And it's a very important thing to do because it provides a good signal for each party to then come back to their country and use the assessment and use its conclusion, and to, of course, to do reforms, to do new policies and to inform decision making. So this specific negotiation is very important, but I also would say that something that we are trying to do more is to make sure that the messages from each IPBES assessment are not only dealt in this specific negotiation item, but really can inform the rest. And for example, for this COP17, we really think that all the negotiation and the content of this global review that we discussed is an important place to reflect some of the messages from the business and biodiversity assessment. And I'm thinking specifically in the summary for policymaker, there is this big table that lists actions that are needed to create an enabling environment per actors, like what government needs to do, what financial institutions need to do, what businesses need to do. And I think there's some specific, clear, concrete example that really should be used when we build these, like, hopefully actionable insights in the global stocktake. So that's something we are going to try to do.
Thank you. Rob, do you also share this perspective?
Yes, fully. And it's really helpful and important if the scientific evidence is structured and brought forward in sort of relationship to the targets of the GBF, and that really helps. And also if it is more or less concerted, so that the messages are brought to the table in bite-sized chunks, so to say, but at the same time, from a principle point of view, of course, scientific evidence is welcomed and needed in all respects. So it can also be provocative or eye-opening in nature. So that. Having said that, still bringing scientific evidence to the table in terms of communication related to the policy discussions and in this case along the lines of the targets is really also in a practical way helpful.
Thank you very much. So this event was also co-organized with the COP4 CBD project, and in the framework of this project, we are working on some briefs to bring the expert point of view to the negotiator. And so there was specifically a work on a brief about mainstreaming, and most of the contributors are here today. And so we wanted a bit to have your point of view, and in the idea of contributed also to this brief, we wanted to have your point of view on what you think are the main barriers and translating the biodiversity commitment into concrete action, and what do you think will be needed to accelerate the implementation, and so it can fit in this brief.
So I think one big barrier is that we have also discussed a lot in IPBES when we were negotiating the summary for policymakers, but also at the French Ministry of Environment. Of course, it's what is seen, of course, as a lack of clear political signal of where to invest, what is clear viable options for nature-positive investments. I would say also that I feel something like this year, 2026, is a bit like useful for addressing this barrier. Especially, we had this IPBES assessment now. It put really this question at the forefront. We have the COP17 that is really also going to, as you say, like talk a lot about how do we increase this whole of society approach, what is really the role of the private sector in preserving and conserving biodiversity. So I feel like at least this is taking more front stage, and then and a few, like some countries are taking a bit more, I would say, like concrete step on this. I would just, in terms of like for France, for example, we were like last month we have done also like we organized a session with the private sector and our Minister for Ecological Planning, and they rebranded, relaunched what we call now, it's called the France Crédit Biodiversité, which is a signal for the private sector to also like work and increase their interest towards biodiversity credits, and to show that there is economic opportunities with biodiversity policy and conservation. When it comes to G7 also, like we have launched an initiative called the Finance Alliance for Nature and People to try to increase also and build interest of the private sector in providing more fund to biodiversity conservation. So there is more and more progressively clearer signals, political signals. And I would say the second one, of course, that we hear a lot is the lack of data, the lack of fully clear methodology, etc. But on this one, I would just simply refer to one of the key messages of the IPBES assessment, which is that the private sector can already act with the available data and the available methodology of like impact and dependency measurement, that we don't need a perfect picture to act and address negative impact. I would just say that.
Yes, probably it is mainly a question of just doing it. As we heard today, it is like mainly quite context specific in some cases. So bottom-up approaches have proven to be perhaps most effective. But at the same time, perhaps one thing to add is that providing an enabling environment is also a relevant aspect. And if I understood well, there might be some guidance or some reference from the science in this guidance document. So looking forward to those recommendations as well.
Thank you for your input. Maybe some in the audience have some idea of concrete action and implementation that needs to be put in action. So maybe we want to open to the audience if you want to share something with us.
For me, it's a question. So just wondering on the harmful subsidies side, I think that was mentioned before, if you see any traction there. Because, yeah, one thing is to ask for the private sectors to step in and, relating to, biodiversity credits and so on. But I would say that this kind of niche today, as compared to, I'm speaking about the sums, in amount, as opposed to harmful subsidies that are in, I think well identified. So that's something that I think it's more the prerogative of states to tackle. So any developments there that you think is worth mentioning?
What I can tell from the Dutch perspective is that there's has been just a letter from our minister to Parliament indicating the next steps. Obviously, there is a movement, or in the agreement within the CBD, there is this first step of making an inventory. So there's that step has been taken in the Netherlands, and it will be pursued in the next years. And the idea is to widen that, to not or to widen it to even broader involvement of different ministries. So that's one step, and in the public domain that is being taken. And I think it's also relevant. I'm not sure what the intent of your question is, but I think you refer to the harmful subsidies. I think it's relevant to note that it's not only the subsidies, but the full array of incentives, and it's not only the public part, but the private part that is brought forward in the IPBES assessment, and also in terms of the potential of rediverting the flows of finance. There's opportunities both in the public domain, but particularly also in the private. And it is, as I learned this morning, it is like a 2/3 to 1/3 overall element in the figures of the business and biodiversity assessment. So that is perhaps a bit the background of the message that I wanted to convey. But please, if you have further aspects to bring to the table, I think it's good to have a sort of interactive approach here. But perhaps there's some general things that need to be addressed first.
No, thank you. I think we can, if there is more interaction and more comments. Otherwise, I will have another question for you. But maybe Yeah, Julie.
Maybe to say also on Target 18, just at the international level, I think it's one of the targets that is getting more and more traction, just also because we're going to have, again, this global review that is showing that means of implementation are insufficient. There's a big global biodiversity gap. So actually there is more and more focus on how can we accelerate the work on Target 18. And so there's a lot of countries that are starting to present also their priorities for COP, and this is a topic that a lot of parties really want to discuss. There's not a specific dedicated negotiations, but we can expect that it's going to be a lot of discussion on this topic here.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I do have a question, which is, you'll tell me if it's off topic. But the Global Environmental Outlook report was blocked. The summary for executive summary was blocked. The Treaty on Plastics was also blocked by an intervention of states with vested interest. Are you foreseeing a similar coordinated action at COP17? Are you preparing against it? Is it part of the discussion?
Well, if we would have this glass bowl, then we could answer that. Of course, it's something that needs to be in consideration as something that might happen, but it's not like that there is real current indications that we are heading in that direction. But obviously, one needs to be realistic and mindful of other realms, but so far I think in the context of CBD, at least from my personal observation, I would not concretely expect that.
And maybe to say so on the global review, what's important then to avoid any blockage is to respect the process that has been adopted at COP. We have a COP decision that really goes through all the steps that need to be done for the process to be inclusive, for the process for all parties to have enough time to peer review, for also the non-state actors to also contribute to the review. So as long as all these process steps are being done and conducted, I think this is something very important for us, because we are avoiding some major blockages that could have happened in other areas.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, yes, maybe to add to Robert Alexandra's question about Target 18, I know that the Netherlands have published a report last week on an identification of harmful subsidies from the public capital, so that's freely available. That's the first step, and there's an OECD working group convening in Paris actually next week, working on this, and also co-led by the Netherlands. If anybody wants to have more information on that, it's led by Caroline van Leenders, quite a well-known name, and you can look her up. So just wanted to add that there are things that are very specifically moving.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Do we have any more questions? No. So maybe we can continue by I think something that came out of this day also is the importance of dialogue between negotiator and business. So maybe you can share how we can strengthen the dialogue between negotiator and the private sector to support a more effective implementation of the GBF.
Well, I think one element that I would allude to there is the need for sort of continued and iterative engagement. It is like days like today is really important, but in the context of the full implementation of the GBF, there is also the element of technical and scientific cooperation, and there I think the more structural elements of engaging is being discussed, and I would say that that is a really important thing, to have this more structural and continued and iterative interaction. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, and I would say again, the work around COP17 and the preparation is a really key opportunity right now to increase this dialogue, because it would be very useful to have more exchanges on the private sector to build what we hope can be these way forwards, etc. And so just from a Franco-French perspective, what we usually do is that we have this stakeholder dialogue between either our ambassador for environment or even our minister ahead of COPs. We had one last month to exchange with various stakeholders, but including private sectors and private sectors associations. And we're going to have one also in September with them, probably with our minister, to again share our priorities, but try to have some common vision and how we can integrate the position and the vision of the private sector. So that would be something to really try to go to, and so that you can reach out to the co-focal points, and they can give you some info on this.
Thank you very much. Maybe someone want to share some ideas also to strengthen this link, or maybe some of you have additional questions. No? So maybe to conclude, maybe in one sentence you could tell us what you think will look like on biosness and biodiversity by the time we reach COP17?
So in terms of success, by the time that we reach COP17, I would think it would be a success if the messages of the business and biodiversity assessment would have really shared and be known. So that first step of the letter that we saw this morning among the negotiators, and for that there will be discussions over summer. Of course, there is preparatory discussions both at the scientific level as well as at the implementation level. So by the time we reach COP17, it would be very good if we have made progress there. And in terms of the technical and scientific cooperation, there's also hopefully a concrete outcome already in summer that would allow to move into COP with that more structural engagement framework, as I just mentioned it, with the way the world is willing to work together technically and scientifically, so that by the time we start having the real final discussions at COP, that at least that prerequisite is set already in terms of the way we structure this. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Julie?
Yeah, I would say a successful adoption of a global review without any problem, and with very clear and actionable way forwards on a few things, and also any concrete commitment that can be done also by the private sector in terms of financing, in terms of updating strategies, and using the outcome of the business and biodiversity assessment would be also very important to show again that they are a big part of the implementation of the global biodiversity framework.
Thank you very much. Do we have a last question for our invitees? No. So we will conclude with these words. Thank you very much, and I let
thank you very much to the panelists, and for the almost final session, we have Elise Kremer from the Banque de France and Lars Dinsen from IPBES Denmark, who will deliver the joint statement of all the co-organizers of this workshop. Please.
Yeah, hello everybody, and I'm very proud to present this joint statement. And I think we will have a QR code coming up in a minute where you can see what the statement is exactly about. So as part of the workshop towards nature-positive finance, jointly by the Banque de France, BiodiversityRestore Knowledge Hub, FRB, and the RESPIN project, we have developed this joint statement on the essential importance of nature-related risks. And it reflects a shared recognition of the importance of mobilization of scientific and other knowledge of establishing enabling conditions to step up transition towards nature-positive finance. We would be delighted to invite workshop participants and contributors to endorse the statement should you wish to do so on a kind of organizational level. So the statement has its focus on the science policy interface and the integration of and accounting for biodiversity on economic and financial decision making. It builds on the growing body of scientific and economic evidence stressing the systemic implications of biodiversity loss on business, including the recent findings of the IPBES assessment and the GBF targets. Will we have the QR code coming up, or there we are? So the statement is 2.5 pages, and you can download it from the QR code. And together with Elise, we will present kind of 4 of the key messages in this statement. And Elise, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lars. So as Lars said, we will now walk you through 4 key messages of the statement, starting with the ones related to economics and finance. First key message we would like to stress as co-organizers of this workshop is that nature-related risks are financially material and systemic. What we mean by that is that economic production depends on a set of contributions from nature to people that are being degraded or destabilized. So for instance, agricultural yields depend on pollination or soil structure. Urban and coastal asset values depend on water regulation, flood buffering, erosion control, and so on. And the loss and destabilization of these services affects businesses, financial and non-financial. Non-financial because, of course, they operate amongst nature, they cannot be disconnected from it, and their profitability depends on it. And financial institutions because they give loans, they grant loans to these companies, and due to, for instance, default on these loans, then you can have cascading effects to banks or insurances. So we know that half of world GDP, so about 44 trillion, directly depends on nature, but ultimately 100% of it depends on nature. The ECB, for instance, shows that 72% of non-financial companies are highly dependent on at least one ecosystem service, and that 75% of loans granted to companies in the euro area are highly dependent on at least one ecosystem service. So we see that there is a potential for high economic impacts for the private sector. But also for everyone, because, for instance, we show as central bankers that this has also consequences in terms of inflation and purchasing power. So we show, for instance, that future and likely disruptions of ecosystem services could affect food prices in the recent future up to 2 percentage points and overall inflation of 0.5 percentage points, which is not trivial for us central bankers and supervisors. So we take this issue seriously, and we consider that nature-related risks are financially material and systemic. Second key message we want to stress as co-organizers of this workshop is that financial flows remain misaligned with biodiversity objectives. So we have this target 18 of the GBF, but what we see so far is that there are $7.3 trillion annually spent on harmful subsidies, so subsidies harmful towards nature, and only 200 billion towards nature-positive subsidies. So the gap is huge. This afternoon during the breakout sessions, we discussed the drivers of this misalignment, how to overcome that. And one point of agreement between the participants was that science plays a key role to inform the private sector, to inform public actors, to encourage them to provide an enabling environment so that these issues can be overcome. And now I turn to Lars for the next two messages of the statement related to the role of science.
Thank you, Elise. So the two last key messages is scientific and other knowledge is a public good and essential for decision making. So robust and financial and business decisions depend on accessible, credible and actionable scientific knowledge. This includes information and data on baselines, indicators, uncertainty and informing to provide priorities and relevant documentation underpinning sensible decisions. And a fourth key message is transforming existing systems requires enabling conditions. And we have heard a lot of that today, of course. In other words, transition toward nature-positive finance depends on institutional will and operating in an enabling environment within a fair and equal competitive playing field, and it requires collective action. So we will invite comments or reflections to this statement. Questions for the financial sector would be, what are the most important enabling conditions still missing to operationalize these recommendations? Or likewise, a question for policy representatives would be, which elements of this statement resonate most strongly with the priorities currently discussed in the lead up to the next COP17, which we have just heard about? And a question for research representatives would be, where do you see the greatest need to strengthen the science policy finance interface? So we have all endorsed the statement, and thanks a lot to Banque de France for hosting this important event and for endorsing the statement as well, together with the rest of us. And for this reason, we will not reopen the statement, but ask you to consider scrutinizing the statement and back it up if you think you are aligned with the perceptions of this statement. So with these words, I open the floor for reflections, comments. And the plan is that for those interested, we plan to have a window of 3-4 weeks to consider the statement and discuss it at your institutions and come back if you can support it. I think there was, I'm looking in the right place, there was somewhat a deadline more or less of 1st of July to come back to support this statement with a signature.
So please feel free to react to the key messages you heard. If you think that some things are missing, of course the statement will stay as it is, but we would like to gather your feedback on it. What are maybe the key strengths of it, where it could be maybe more, I don't know, I lost my words, sorry. Ambitious. So yes, if you have any reactions, questions, yes.
It's a reflection based on what we've been discussing today and the 4 statements you've made. And I wonder if there is something that we are capturing enough. We're talking about harmful subsidies, we're talking about the 30-to-1, but are we talking about the dependence of certain states on the rents that are destroying nature? Because this is not a harmful subsidy, it's the other way around. It's the government depending on the continuation of the pressure put. Is this captured somehow in our reflection?
maybe I can answer on that. I think we try to stress that in the first key message, the dependency of the overall economy, but also, we talk about specific sectors, companies depending on nature, but of course, overall economies, government, at the state level, also depends on nature. And this is, I think this is touched upon in the document. We try to capture that. Yes, question over there.
Yes, thank you for this proposal. Of course, it would require more thorough reading, but at first glance, I was surprised to see no mention of traditional ecological knowledge or the role of indigenous peoples and local communities, even though we had a whole workshop dedicated to this issue this afternoon. So maybe this could be more explicitly reflected in the document.
Okay. Yes, thanks very much for that comment, and of course that's a valid comment. I think the issue is that there's a lot of things which could be brought on the table, and I'm sure also if you have further discussions, you could revise the statement, and it would become even better. But that has been the balance to get a statement where we have the institutions on board, and that takes a while to get these endorsements. So for that reason, we are only asking for reflections on the statement, and we are not going to change the text. But I mean, I take your point. It's a valid point.
Yes, question
Please.
over there.
Yeah, also maybe an immediate reaction, but I was a bit surprised to see that the focus is only on nature-related risk, and was wondering if it would not have been, I understand that you want to send a strong signal, but if you want to action it, maybe people and government, society and so on, maybe to have also the opportunities in the picture might help.
We'll answer to this point. Maybe let's take another question here.
Yeah, hi, this is Lucia Alessi from European Commission. Congratulations on the statement, but let me be a bit provocative. I have a bit of a problem with the word systemic financial risks, because we know systemic in the long run, most probably yes, but not in the short run. This we also know. And to sound that catastrophic would give, an argument to those that are not like-minded to claim that this statement is a bit is a bit exaggerated.
Okay, so maybe you can answer this last point. Okay, so I agree that when it comes to the time frame, we are talking about chronic risks, for instance. There are also acute risks related to nature, but we are also talking about chronic risks for which we don't see maybe the potential for significant financial impacts in the very short run. By systemic, I would say we think about, we want to stress the interlinkages between the economy and all the financial sector, different sectors, the role of value chains, trade, and I think this is what we're trying to capture with this phrasing. But of course, there is this issue of chronic risks and this long-term horizon, and the point is taken, yes.
If I may, I know the question is not for practitioners, but I think it's not a strong word to say systemic risk, because as a bank or as an investor, this is the language we have adopted since 2021. So, and the ECB has adopted this language as well. So I think it's pretty reflected in today's practices. So that wouldn't be shocking, I think, to mention systemic risk when we speak about biodiversity loss. Yeah, it's just a comment on my side.
Thanks for that comment. And to add, I think the statement is also very much directed to financial institutions to get as many financial institutions on board. So it's I mean the target group is broader, but it certainly include financial institutions, bankers, and so on. But we have others in the room involved in drafting the statement, so please speak up if you feel to these comments.
Any other questions, reactions? Yes, over there. No, sorry, there was one, sorry. There was one additional question. Sure.
Thank you.
And one here, but afterwards. So there is just one here first.
Sorry to be the one speaking now, but I wanted to ask about the relationship between dependencies and financial losses. It comes across the note. As we heard from the representative of Bundesbank, there might be a dependency, but the materialization of financial loss is not straightforward yet. I think we need to recognize that we are talking about some extreme tail events. And one that we have scarce evidence for the impacts on financial terms. And also one that companies can adapt through geoengineering. So I think maybe recognizing that models are sometimes limited on capturing all of those interactions. And as we say, sometimes all models are wrong, but some are useful. So maybe just be clear between the links between dependencies and financial losses, because it's not as straightforward.
Maybe I can react on that. I think it's a very good point. So far, some of these risks haven't materialized yet. There is ongoing work on identifying all the possible transmission channels of moving like the risks to the real economy, to the financial sector. For instance, we know that this could materialize through borrower distress, collateral impairment, insurance repricing, and volatility in asset valuations. Some of them we are seeing some effects. I think there is also what's at stake here is, as you said, capturing tail risks. And for instance, this is what central banks can do by, for instance, running scenario analysis. We mentioned this morning during the first roundtable that the NGFS is working on nature scenarios that could be used by practitioners to have a look at the risks for their portfolios, for instance. So yes, this is something that should be kept in mind and work on. Yes. I think there was another question here.
I just had a question on the outreach with this statement. What do you envisage in terms of target audience and media channel? What do you envisage there? Thank you.
So on that, maybe I will leave the other co-organizers develop more, but the plan is to make this statement live in the next weeks and months, and to promote it, for instance, at the next COP for biodiversity. So the idea is not just to have people endorse the statement and then it's over. The idea would be to use it as a starting point, create a momentum, and promote it at the next biodiversity COP, for instance.
Yeah, I have not much to add. Of course, it will be public available. That's the whole point. And to be honest, we don't have the full plan of how it will be communicated, but that's something we'll look into. And I think the next COP will be one obvious place to use it. But there will be other opportunities as well, I think. Okay.
So with that, I think we can move to the next section, the last section of our workshop. Sorry. I would like to, so we are supposed to welcome on stage Yvan Odona. Sorry, I didn't see you. So I would like to welcome on stage Yvan Odona, General Director for Financial Stability and Operations, for concluding remarks of this workshop. Yvan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Join me in a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I understand that this was for you a long day and hopefully very productive day. To start, I would like to share with you a little story. 7 years ago, I was on the same stage. It was for a presentation made by, at the time, the head of the French Agency on Biodiversity. And at the end, we had a little chat. And he told me, well, you should do for biodiversity the same thing that you've done for climate. And I told him almost immediately, I don't think we can do something about that. And then we continued the discussion. And then we met, and then we started to do some work together. Fast forward, I'm in front of you today to conclude this conference. What we hope will be actually the first of a long series of conferences on nature, science, finance, links between the two. So first of all, let me really warmly thank all of you for being here today, and especially the speakers for. I was not there, but I understand what was very high quality and depth of their contributions, the organizers, all the partners that have made this event possible, all the participants in room, and I also understand we had some people online as well. Thanks to all of you, I think we have brought together a wide range of perspectives. Coming from science, policy, finance. We had in the room representative of the public sector, of the private sector. And in the end, I would like to commend the quality of the dialogue between all these communities, which is actually quite warranted. So first of all, why today's discussions matter? First, they confirm that biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation are no longer, at least, distant concerns. They are material, economic, and financial risks. Allow me to highlight here a few pieces of evidence that I'm sure all of you know, but I think it's good to repeat. That's about pedagogies. Over half of global GDP is either moderately or highly dependent on nature and services. This is according to the World Economic Forum. The World Bank is also telling us that the collapse of key ecosystem services such as pollination, fisheries, or timber could reduce GDP by up to 2.7 trillion annually by 2030. A recent Banque de France working paper shows that shocks to crops due to disruptions to the ecosystem services could raise food inflation in France by over 2 percentage points and headline inflation by 0.5 point within 1 or 2 years, which means this is a concern for the central bank, obviously. Regarding productivity, nature is an unpriced input to every production functions, and when it degrades, so does the productive capacity of entire sectors, from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to water-intensive manufacturing. In addition, nature loss is already priced in sovereign spreads. There is some empirical research which shows that countries with higher biodiversity degradation already pay a sovereign borrowing cost penalty, which is estimated between 40 to 75 basis points. So all this is material. Finally, the European Central Bank has found that 75% of all corporate loans exposures in the euro area are strongly dependent of at least one ecosystem service. During the conference, we acknowledge also a strong international and scientific momentum, which is a good thing. At the COP17, which will be held by the end of this year, at the end of this year in Armenia, party will have to undertake the first global review of collective progress in the implementation of the coming Montreal objectives. This international momentum is reinforced by major scientific contributions, including the recent IPBES business and biodiversity assessment, which provides a structured framework to understand how economic activities depend on nature, how they impact ecosystems, and the implications for policymakers. That said, one key challenge remains. Financial flows are still not aligned with biodiversity objectives. Nature is indeed a complex topic on which a shared stance and coordination of efforts are key to make concrete progress. Today's discussions give us the opportunity to reflect on how all of us, all the different actors involved, can contribute to that objective. Not only by better assessing nature-related risks, that's one aspect, but also by supporting the effective redirection of capital towards outcomes which are consistent with the objective of the global biodiversity framework. And I should highlight three main takeaways from all this discussion of today. First takeaways, science has a central role to play. This morning, I think you were, all of you very fortunate to welcome Matt Jones, one of the three co-chairs of the IPBES Business and Biodiversity Assessment. From his keynote speech, I gather that there is a strong and well-established body of scientific knowledge on the topic already. So we have taken stock of, I mentioned it, the huge momentum that is ongoing on the development of metrics, methods, tools, and the different approaches for businesses. The Business and Biodiversity Assessment is the first of its kind examinations into the relationship between business and biodiversity. Its focus on methodology and action provide businesses and financial institutions guidance on how to understand and measure their nature-related interdependencies and impacts, and gives, I believe, avenues to start implementing operation and useful tools. Just, I mentioned the recollection of this memory, this story with the French Agency of Biodiversity on climate. Climate, beginning were not easy, even with the support of the NGFS, because most of the time when we would like to put the climate issues on the table, people would tell you, but we don't have the data, or the data are not reliable. So obviously that was, if we had followed this path, cause for inaction, whereas by starting, even with the very few data or tools that you had at the time, actually you started a sort of endogenous process where you improve the knowledge while you are implementing all this, the few information you had. So I think here we are faced with the same sort of problematic. The second takeaway is that nature-related risks are financial risks. Also, we have to be convinced, or at least to be able to perform the demonstration. So it's a concern. It should be a concern for financial institutions or for central banks. As discussed in the first panel, this risk can materialize first at the firm level, propagating into the broader financial system. Bank, insurers, and markets are exposed through their credit portfolios, their underwriting activities, and also asset valuation. Investors are increasingly accounting for nature-related risks. As extreme events intensify, insurers respond by raising premiums, premia, and withdrawing, sometimes this is what they do, they withdraw the coverage, leading to increasing insurance gaps and rippling effect. With less coverage, households and firms may have to bear larger losses. Defaults, I think this is very tangible. 5 minutes for me. This is very tangible. I'm afraid I will extend a little bit, sorry, but that's fine. But I can't resist to tell you these little stories, but I think it matters. The work you are doing is not theoretical. It has a bearing in the real world today. And we know that most of the regions that are already affected by this, the degradation of nature are also countries where you have a large proportion of households without any insurance coverage, and including in this country. I was in a recent previous life in charge of the central banking activities of Banque de France in the overseas department. That is those regions which are prone to extreme weather events, as we say now. And I can tell you, each time you have such events, you have a number of people that are left without any sort of coverage. So this is not theoretical. And precisely, risk can shift from insurers to households to banks and ultimately to government, because each time the government is called upon. The discussion you had also highlighted the importance of the climate-nature nexus, which notably water-related risks. And we do believe here that this is where we should focus in the work, in the model building work and analytical work. This is what we intend to do here at Banque de France. Third takeaway, we can already move from analysis to action. That's what the second panel told us. Financial actors are already using the existing, or at least they can do it, the existing data, metrics, and operational frameworks. But when we came to the breakout sessions, I think it appeared that implementation will or cannot rely on a single approach. This afternoon, in addition to that, we explored traditional ecological knowledge, environmental accounting, nature credits, reform of harmful incentive, European regulatory developments. All these different approaches, this diversity, this mere diversity is probably a strength. Because the challenge that we are facing is both systemic and requiring interdisciplinary approaches and complementary solutions. Now, let me turn briefly on what we are more precisely doing at Banque de France on all these topics. As an organization, we want to lead by example. We are trying hard in our new strategic plans covering the period from 2026 to 2028, we have reaffirmed the importance of climate and nature. So this is one of the really strategic priorities that we have in the plan. You know that we already publish every year a report on the work we are doing on sustainability issues, and more broadly speaking, climate and nature issues or research account for more than 20% of our publication in terms of numbers. We also, we are also acting through cooperation at the national level. We just announced the launch of a research chair dedicated to nature-related risk macroeconomic modeling. And that is an attempt to bring together many French research institutions. In Europe also there is ongoing cooperation. Let me just give you one example. We have launched last year a 2-year collaboration with several other European central banks, including the ECB and the Bundesbank, to do what? To actually, again, try to assess the macroeconomic and financial materiality of water-related risks in Europe. As you know, Banque de France is also working on the issues in the broader context of the network for greening the financial sector, so-called the NGFS. You had a presentation of GFS, so I will not repeat for the sake of time, but just let me allow the work that we are doing in the task force on nature, that I have the pleasure to co-chair with Elias Ablagui from the Central Bank of Chile. This task force has already produced 3 reports that are on the website of the NDFS related to nature. We worked on scenarios, on supervision, on risks. This is just a starting point, and the intention is to deepen this work in the following months. This is the aim, and as central bankers, we are also practitioners, is to provide the community, and beyond central banks actually, all stakeholders with very concrete work. Also trying to reinforce capacity building. This should not be the work of only a few central banks. I mean, that's a concern for the entire world. So we are working on that, making sure that all central banks is able to get prepared actually. Yeah, and then let me thank you again for your discussion, for your effort, your involvement, and for being here, just being here. That's really something. Remember my little story. What we have seen today is that the dialogue between scientists, policymakers, financial actors is not only possible, it's necessary, it's extremely valuable. We live in a world of total uncertainty by many standards. And I think in this context, the scientific knowledge, scientific approach is all the more necessary and should play a very important and crucial role in maintaining the direction, also the consistency over time. That's, in my view, very important. You discussed a little bit earlier this joint statement that is going to be signed by the co-organizers and hopefully a number of other participants or stakeholders. We are very proud to be part of the signatories of this joint statement. We see it as an important reminder, again, of the role of science, and that science should be at the very center of discussions in order to make sure that our discussion remains reliable, robust, and grounded in credible evidence. Last but not least, for those who have not already approved or signed or who are willing to do it, please do it, so that all this work can gain further momentum. When I arrived, I think the discussion was about, okay, once we have this statement, what to do next? The precise communication plan has to be devised. I think this is very important, but we still have time. I mean, we need to reflect very strongly on that. But let's do it. Thank you for your attention. That's it for me. So, Elise.
Thank you very much, Yvan Ondona, for these concluding remarks. Thank you to everyone, to the participants, to the speakers, the panelists, the moderators, the organizing team. Thank you very much for this fruitful workshop. Now you're welcome to attend a cocktail downstairs where we had the coffee break. And please leave the premises before 7 p.m. sharp, because we cannot have people there after 7 p.m. Thank you.